a boring history for Sleep's Tale. Why medieval peasants worked harder than you ever will. Children in Millbrook didn't learn by instruction. They learned by watching. Thomas often caught his son mimicking his gait, his daughter stitching as Margaret did. The lessons were silent, but lasting, stitched into the fabric of life itself. Thomas once watched a spider repair its web between the posts of their stable. Delicate, meticulous, determined. It reminded him of Margaret, weaving patches on the children's clothing by candlelight. Quiet labor that held the family together. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you back 7 centuries, to a time when the world moved at the pace of oxen hooves on muddy earth, and when the rising sun meant not another day at the office, but another day of survival carved from the very soil beneath your feet. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, that you are Thomas of Millbrook, though that wasn't quite your name then. Names were simpler things in the year 1347, and you were simply Thomas, son of Edmund, grandson of another Thomas whose memory lived on only in the worn wooden cross that marked his resting place beside the village church. But let's pause here, in this moment before dawn, and truly understand what it meant to be Thomas in that long-ago world. Your life was not measured in years of education or career advancement, but in seasons of planting and harvest, in the rhythm of birth and death that governed all living things. You had been born in this same cottage, delivered by the same village midwife who had brought most of Millbrook's children into the world. Your first breath had been of air thick with wood smoke, and the earthy scent of the packed dirt floor. Your first sight had been the rough-hewn beams of the ceiling, darkened by decades of smoke from the central hearth. The cottage itself told the story of your family's place in the world. It sat on a plot of land that your grandfather had worked, and his father before him, stretching back through generations whose names were remembered only in the village church's records, if at all. The building was perhaps 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, spacious by the standards of medieval peasant dwellings, but cramped by any modern measure. The walls, as I mentioned, were wattle and daub, but the construction was more complex than it might first appear. The cottage itself told the story of your family's place in the world. It sat on a plot of land that your grandfather had worked, and his father before him, stretching back through generations whose names were remembered only in the village church's records, if at all. The building was perhaps 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, spacious by the standards of medieval peasant dwellings, but cramped by any modern measure. The walls, as I mentioned, were wattle and daub, but the construction was more complex than it might first appear. Your father Edmund had rebuilt much of the cottage when he married your mother, weaving fresh hazel branches between the oak posts that formed the frame, then carefully applying layer after layer of clay mixed with straw, dung, and chopped horsehair. The mixture had to be just right. Too wet, and it would never dry properly. Too dry, and it would crack and fall away. It was an art passed down through generations, and a well-built cottage could last for decades with proper maintenance. The roof was thatched with rye straw, laid in overlapping layers that shed rain like the feathers of a duck. Thomas's father had been particular about the thatch, knowing that a leaking roof could ruin stored grain or make the cottage uninhabitable during the long winter months. Every few years, the thatch needed repair, and the entire village would come together for the work, with the men laying fresh straw while the women prepared food, and the children gathered materials. The darkness before dawn in medieval England wasn't like the darkness we know today. There were no distant city lights painting the horizon orange, no hum of electricity threading through the walls of your home. The darkness was complete, profound, broken only by the dying embers in your hearth and the occasional hoot of an owl hunting in the ancient oak that stood sentinel over your village. But this darkness was not empty. It was filled with sounds that told stories to those who knew how to listen. The soft snoring of your neighbor Geoffrey, whose cottage was close enough that you could hear him through the walls. The distant lowing of cattle in the Lord's pasture, restless in the pre-dawn hours. The creak and settle of timber as the cottage adjusted to the changing temperature. The scurry of mice in the thatch overhead, a sound that would have alarmed a modern homeowner, but was simply part of life in a world where humans and animals shared living spaces more intimately. Your cottage, if we can call it that, was a single room shared with your wife Margaret, your 3 children, and during the coldest months, your most precious ox, Brownie. This arrangement might seem strange to modern sensibilities, but it made perfect sense in medieval terms. Body heat was precious during the winter months, and the warmth generated by a large animal could mean the difference between comfort and misery, sometimes between life and death. Even the tools in the shed had stories. The scythe held grooves from his father's hands. The spade had a dent where it struck stone years before. These were not just implements. They were witnesses. Brownie was more than just livestock. He was a partner in your survival, as essential to your family's well-being as any human member. A good ox could work for 15 or 20 years, and Brownie was in his prime at 8 years old. He was a massive beast, standing nearly 6 feet at the shoulder and weighing close to 2,000 pounds. His strength was legendary in the village. He could pull a plow through soil that would defeat lesser animals, and his steady temperament made him reliable even in difficult conditions. The relationship between a peasant and his ox was complex and intimate. You had trained Brownie from a young calf, teaching him to respond to voice commands, to work in partnership with other oxen, to trust human guidance even when the work was difficult. In return, Brownie provided not just labor, but a kind of companionship. Many evenings you would sit beside him in the cottage, your hand resting on his massive flank, both of you drawing comfort from the other's presence. The walls were wattle and daub, woven branches plastered with mud and straw, and they breathed with the seasons, expanding in summer's heat and contracting in winter's bite. This breathing was not just poetic metaphor. The walls literally moved with changes in temperature and humidity, and you had learned to read these movements like a barometer. When the walls contracted sharply, it meant cold weather was coming. When they expanded and felt slightly damp to the touch, rain was likely. The floor was packed earth, worn smooth by generations of bare feet, and it held the scent of wood smoke, cooking pottage, and the earthy smell of lives lived close to the land. But this simple description doesn't capture the complexity of what was, in its way, a sophisticated piece of engineering. The earth floor was not simply dirt. It was carefully prepared clay mixed with ox blood, which dried to a surface nearly as hard as stone. It was swept clean daily and resealed periodically with fresh applications of the clay mixture. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. The floor told the story of your family's daily life in its worn patterns. There was a depression near the hearth, where Margaret knelt each morning to tend the fire. Another worn spot marked where you sat to eat your meals. The children's sleeping area showed the scuffs and scratches of young feet, and the occasional toy carved from wood scraps. Near the door, the floor was more heavily worn, marked by the passage of countless feet entering and leaving the cottage. Spring rains returned life to the village in waves. First, the bugs, then the insects, then the chorus of frogs by the ditch. Thomas marked time not by dates, but by sounds. The first crow of the rooster, the splash of boots in thawed mud, the soft knock of seed against wood. This particular morning, let's say it was the third week of March, when the world was just beginning to shake off winter's grip. You stirred not to the sound of an alarm clock, but to the internal rhythm that had been bred into your bones. Your grandfather had woken at this hour, and his grandfather before him. The body knew when dawn approached, even in the deepest darkness. But this internal clock was more than just habit. It was a finely tuned instrument calibrated to the needs of agricultural life. In winter, you woke later, conserving energy during the long, dark months when there was less work to be done. In summer, you woke earlier, making the most of the long days when every hour of daylight was precious. Your body responded to the changing length of days with the precision of a sundial, adjusting your sleep patterns to match the demands of the season. The timing was crucial this particular morning. March was the turning point of the agricultural year, when the dormant earth began to stir with new life. The soil was finally beginning to thaw after the long winter freeze, but it was still firm enough to support the weight of oxen and plow. Wait too long, and the spring rains would turn the fields into impassable mud. Start too early, and the frozen ground would break your plow and exhaust your animals. Margaret stirred beside you, her breathing changing as consciousness returned. She was 28, though she looked older. The medieval world aged people quickly, like fruit left too long in the sun. Her hands, even in sleep, bore the calluses of countless hours spinning wool, kneading bread, tending the small garden that kept your family from starvation. Sometimes, when all was quiet, and the day had not yet asked anything of him, Thomas would sit by the well and listen to the wind. And in it, he often imagined the breath of those who had come before. But Margaret was more than just a pair of working hands. She was your partner in the truest sense, sharing not just the labor, but the knowledge and decision-making that kept your household functioning. She could read weather signs as well as you could, knew which plants were ready for harvest and which needed more time, could judge the quality of grain by its color and weight. Her knowledge of herbs and healing had saved your children's lives more than once, and her skill with needle and thread kept your family clothed and warm. She had been born Margaret, daughter of William, in the next village over, and had come to Millbrook as your bride 10 years ago. The marriage had been arranged by your fathers, as was customary, but it had grown into something deeper over the years. You had learned to read each other's moods and thoughts, to work together with the efficiency of a well-matched team of oxen. She knew when you were worried about the crops without you saying a word, and you could tell when she was concerned about one of the children by the way she moved around the cottage. In the darkness, you could hear little Anne coughing. She was 7, and the winter had been hard on her lungs. The sound was wet and persistent, the kind of cough that made parents lie awake worrying. You and Margaret had tried every remedy you knew. Teas brewed from dried herbs, poultices applied to her chest, prayers whispered in the darkness. The cough was better than it had been a month ago, but it lingered like an unwelcome guest. Anne was your eldest, and in many ways the most like you. Serious, observant, quick to learn. She had been walking since she was 10 months old, and talking in full sentences before her second birthday. Now, at 7, she could already help with many household tasks, spinning wool into thread, gathering eggs from the chickens, watching baby Mary while Margaret worked in the garden. But the cough worried you. Children were fragile things in the medieval world, and illness could take them quickly. Young Edmund, barely 4, slept the deep sleep of childhood, while baby Mary, not yet walking, made the small sounds that babies make in their dreams. Edmund was your son and heir, the one who would inherit your land and your knowledge when you were gone. At 4, he was already showing the curiosity and intelligence that would serve him well as a farmer. He followed you everywhere, asking endless questions about why things were done the way they were, how plants grew, why animals behaved as they did. Baby Mary was just beginning to show her personality, a sunny disposition that reminded you of Margaret, with a laugh that could brighten the darkest winter day. She was healthy and growing well, a blessing in a world where infant mortality was heartbreakingly common. You had lost 2 children before Anne was born, tiny souls who had lived only days or weeks before, succumbing to the mysterious ailments that claimed so many medieval babies. You rose carefully, trying not to wake them, though you knew Margaret would be up soon anyway. The rooster hadn't crowed yet, but he would, and when he did, the day would begin whether you were ready or not. Your movements were practiced and efficient. After 32 years of life, most of them spent rising before dawn. You could dress and prepare for the day in complete darkness. Your clothes were simple but well made. The woolen tunic that reached to your knees had been woven by Margaret from wool that came from your own sheep, then sewn with careful stitches that would hold up to hard use. The wool was undyed, a natural brown color that wouldn't show dirt easily. Over the tunic, you wore a leather jerkin that provided extra warmth and protection from thorns and rough work. The woolen hose that you wrapped around your legs and secured with leather strips were also Margaret's work, knitted during the long winter evenings when the family gathered around the fire. They were thick and warm, designed to keep your legs dry and comfortable during long days in the fields. Your shoes were simple leather affairs, made by the village cobbler from cowhide, and designed more for durability than comfort. Your leather belt was perhaps your most important piece of clothing. It held the tools and possessions that defined your status and capabilities. The small eating knife was sharp and well-maintained, used for everything from cutting food to trimming leather to carving wooden implements. The leather pouch contained a few copper coins, not much wealth by any standard, but enough to buy necessities at the weekly market. The wooden cross that hung from your belt was more than just a religious symbol. It was a connection to your family's history and faith. Your father had carved it from oak wood, taken from the ancient tree that stood at the center of the village, and his father had done the same for him. The wood was worn smooth by years of handling, darkened by the oils from your skin, and it carried the weight of generations of prayers and hopes. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. The fire had burned low during the night, but the coals were still warm. This was crucial. Rekindling a fire from scratch was time-consuming and required precious resources. You had banked the coals carefully the night before, covering them with ash to slow their burning while keeping them alive. Now, you carefully moved the ash aside and added small pieces of kindling, blowing gently to encourage the flames. The wood you added was carefully chosen, dry oak splits that would burn hot and clean, providing maximum heat with minimum smoke. Every piece of fuel was precious, and you had spent countless hours during the previous autumn gathering and splitting wood, building up the supply that would see your family through the winter and into spring. Fire was life in the medieval world. It provided warmth, cooked food, gave light, and offered protection from the dangers that lurked in the darkness. A family that let their fire die faced not just inconvenience but potentially deadly consequences. The fire was tended constantly, banked at night and rekindled each morning, passed from generation to generation like a sacred flame. At market, Thomas rarely bartered with words. He believed more in gestures, a nod, a quiet exchange, a loaf placed gently beside a bushel. The language of trust in Millbrook had no syllables. It was spoken in rhythm, in ritual, in quiet knowing. The flames caught, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and in that flickering light, your home revealed itself in all its humble reality. But to call it humble was perhaps to miss the point. This cottage represented security, family, continuity. It was the center of your universe, the place where your children were born and your ancestors had died, where your most precious possessions were kept and your most important decisions were made. There was so little, by modern standards. A wooden table, scarred by years of use, where your family gathered for meals and Margaret worked on her sewing. The table had been made by your father from oak planks, joined with wooden pegs and carved with simple decorations around the edges. It was solid and functional, designed to last for generations. 2 stools and a bench provided seating for the family. The stools were simple affairs, 3-legged for stability on the uneven floor. The bench was longer, capable of seating 2 adults or 3 children, and it doubled as a work surface when needed. All of the furniture was made from local wood by local craftsmen, built to withstand the hard use of daily life. A few wooden bowls and spoons comprised your eating utensils. Each bowl had been carved from a single piece of wood, shaped by hand and polished smooth through years of use. The spoons were works of art in their own right, carved with decorative patterns that spoke of the craftsman's pride in his work. You had no forks. They were unknown in medieval England, and knives were shared among the family. Clay pots for cooking and storage lined the walls and shelves. These were made by the village potter from local clay, fired in his kiln to a hardness that could withstand the heat of cooking fires. Some were glazed with a lead-based coating that made them waterproof, while others were left unglazed for storing dry goods. Each pot had its specific purpose, some for cooking pottage, others for storing grain, still others for brewing beer. Children's footsteps in the mud left little trails that vanished with the rain, just as their voices lingered in the air long after play had ended. These were the things Thomas believed truly built the village. A spinning wheel in the corner where Margaret worked in the evenings, turning wool into thread that would become cloth that would become the clothes on your backs. The spinning wheel was a relatively new invention, having replaced the older method of spinning with a distaff and spindle. It allowed Margaret to produce thread much more quickly and efficiently, freeing up time for other essential tasks. The wheel itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, constructed from carefully shaped pieces of wood that worked together with mechanical precision. The large drive wheel was connected by a leather belt to a smaller wheel that spun the spindle. Margaret could control the speed and tension with her feet, leaving her hands free to guide the wool fibers as they were twisted into thread. Hanging from the rafters were bundles of herbs, thyme, sage, and rosemary, that Margaret had dried the previous summer, their scent a reminder of warmer days. But these herbs were more than just pleasant aromatics. They were medicine, seasoning, and preservation all in one. Thyme could soothe a cough, sage could aid digestion, and rosemary could help preserve meat and add flavor to otherwise bland meals. The process of gathering, drying, and storing herbs was complex and required considerable knowledge. Margaret had learned from her mother, who had learned from her mother before her, in an unbroken chain of knowledge that stretched back centuries. She knew which herbs to gather at what time of year, how to dry them properly to preserve their potency, and how to combine them for maximum effectiveness. But perhaps most important of all was the wooden chest that sat against the far wall. It contained your family's most precious possessions, the items that defined your status and secured your future. The chest itself was a work of art, constructed from oak planks and bound with iron straps with a complex lock that required a large iron key. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. Inside the chest, wrapped in oiled cloth to protect them from moisture, were the documents that proved your status as a free peasant rather than a serf. These papers, written in Latin that you couldn't read, were worth more than gold. They meant that while you owed service to your lord, you weren't bound to his land like a tree to its roots. You could leave if you chose, could sell your land, could make decisions about your family's future that serfs could not. The distinction between free peasants and serfs was crucial in medieval society. Serfs were bound to the land, unable to leave without their lord's permission, required to work a certain number of days each week on the lord's demesne land. Free peasants like yourself had more autonomy. You could choose how to work your land, could travel to markets, could even move to another village if circumstances required it. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks, not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. Also in the chest was a spare tunic for feast days, made from finer wool, and dyed a deep blue color that spoke of prosperity. This tunic was worn only on special occasions, religious holidays, weddings, harvest festivals, and it was carefully maintained to last for many years. The blue dye had been expensive, made from woad plants that grew in distant regions, and the color marked your family as being above the level of mere subsistence. A woolen cloak that had belonged to your father was another treasure in the chest. It was made from the finest wool, woven so tightly that it shed water like a duck's back, and it was large enough to wrap around your entire body. The cloak had seen your father through 40 years of English weather, and it would serve you for many more years to come. But perhaps most precious of all were the carefully preserved seeds for this year's planting. These seeds represented the future. Without them, there would be no crops, no food, no survival. They had been selected from the best plants of the previous year's harvest, dried carefully to preserve their viability, and stored in small cloth bags that protected them from moisture and pests. The selection and preservation of seeds was a science that required years of experience to master. You had to choose seeds from plants that had shown the best characteristics: high yield, disease resistance, good flavor. The seeds had to be harvested at exactly the right time, when they were fully mature but before they began to deteriorate. They had to be dried slowly and carefully, then stored in conditions that would preserve their ability to germinate. As you moved about in the pre-dawn darkness, preparing for another day that would test every muscle in your body and every ounce of determination in your soul. You might have wondered what your life would have been like in another time, another place. But such thoughts were luxuries that peasants rarely afforded themselves. The day ahead would bring enough challenges without borrowing trouble from imaginary worlds. Winter in Millbrook wasn't just a season. It was a measure of resolve. The cold pressed against the walls like an old enemy, testing every seam. Inside, the warmth of shared stories was sometimes stronger than fire. Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for hope. A soft rebellion against the long dark. The reality of your situation was both harsh and beautiful. Harsh because every day was a struggle for survival. Because illness or bad weather or poor harvest could mean starvation. Because you had no safety net beyond your own skills and the support of your community. Beautiful because your life had meaning and purpose, because your work was essential and valued, because you were connected to the land and the seasons in ways that modern people can barely imagine. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. You were part of something larger than yourself, a community that had existed for centuries, a way of life that connected you to the fundamental processes of survival, a relationship with the natural world that was intimate and profound. Your knowledge of soil and weather, of plants and animals, of the countless skills required to survive in a pre-industrial world, made you a master of your environment in ways that few people today can claim. The rooster crowed, his voice cutting through the darkness like a blade through cloth. It was time, but the rooster's crow was more than just a signal. It was a connection to the rhythms of the natural world, a reminder that your life was governed not by clocks and schedules, but by the ancient cycles of day and night, season and season, birth and death. The rooster himself was a character in the village drama, a proud bird who took his responsibilities seriously. He was a large, handsome creature with iridescent black and green feathers and a magnificent red comb. His crow was not just noise, but communication. He was announcing the dawn, warning off potential rivals, calling his hens to begin the day's foraging. But before we follow Thomas into that long day ahead, let's pause here in this moment of quiet preparation. There's something profound about the way people lived then, so connected to the rhythms of the natural world, so aware of their place in the great cycle of seasons and years. They knew things we've forgotten, that work was sacred, that community was survival, that every day was a gift wrested from an indifferent universe through sheer human will and cooperation. In this moment before dawn, as Thomas prepared to face another day of back-breaking labor, there was a kind of peace that came from knowing exactly what needed to be done and having the skills to do it. There was security in routine, comfort in the familiar patterns of daily life, satisfaction in work that had immediate and visible results. The medieval world was harsh and unforgiving, but it was also deeply human in ways that our modern world sometimes lacks. People knew their neighbors intimately, depended on each other for survival, shared both hardships and celebrations. Work was hard but meaningful, connected to the basic needs of life rather than abstract concepts of profit and productivity. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. As the first faint light began to seep through the cracks in the shutters, Thomas stood at the threshold of another day, another chance to prove himself against the challenges of medieval life. The spring plowing lay ahead, the foundation of the year's survival, and he was ready to meet it with all the skill and determination that his ancestors had passed down to him. The weight of dawn. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. The rooster's call echoed across Millbrook village like a bell calling the faithful to prayer, and in a sense, that's exactly what it was. For Thomas and his neighbors, the day ahead was indeed a kind of worship. Not in a church with stained glass windows and golden chalices, but in the fields and barns and workshops where human hands shaped the raw materials of survival into something approaching prosperity. But let's take a moment to understand what Millbrook Village looked like in that gray hour before sunrise. It was a small community. Perhaps 40 households clustered around a central green where the ancient oak stood like a patriarch watching over his children. The village had grown organically over the centuries, with cottages added as families expanded and new settlers arrived. But there was an order to it that reflected the social structure of medieval England. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. The Lord's Manor House sat on a slight rise at the eastern edge of the village, its stone walls and slate roof marking it as a structure of permanence and authority. It was not a castle. Lord Geoffrey was a minor nobleman, holding his lands from a more powerful baron who in turn held them from the king. But it was substantial enough to remind everyone of the hierarchy that governed their lives. The church occupied the place of honor at the village's heart, its Norman tower rising above the thatched roofs of the peasant cottages like a stone finger pointing toward heaven. The church was more than just a place of worship. It was the center of community life, where marriages were celebrated, children were baptized, and the dead were laid to rest. Its bells marked the hours of the day and called the villagers to prayer, creating a rhythm that governed the entire community. Around the church and the manor house, the peasant cottages spread out in rough rows, each with its small garden plot and outbuildings. The cottages varied in size and quality depending on their owner's prosperity, but all shared certain characteristics: thatched roofs, wattle and daub walls, small windows with wooden shutters, and the ever-present smell of wood smoke that marked human habitation. The village streets were nothing more than dirt paths, worn smooth by generations of feet, hooves, and cartwheels. In dry weather, they were dusty. In wet weather, they became rivers of mud that could swallow a man's foot to the ankle. But they connected the community, creating pathways that linked every household to the church, the manor, the mill, and the fields that sustained them all. Winter in Millbrook wasn't just a season. It was a measure of resolve. The cold pressed against the walls like an old enemy, testing every seam. Inside, The warmth of shared stories was sometimes stronger than fire. Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for hope. A soft rebellion against the long dark. Margaret was already moving, her feet finding the cold floor with the practiced grace of someone who had performed this morning ritual thousands of times. But her movements were not just routine. They were a carefully choreographed dance of efficiency that maximized the use of time and energy. Every motion had purpose. Every action was calculated to achieve the greatest result with the least effort. She moved to the fire first, because fire was life and everything else depended on it. The coals that Thomas had uncovered were glowing red in the darkness, and she added kindling with the skill of someone who had been tending fires since childhood. The kindling caught quickly, and she added larger pieces of wood, building the fire to a level that would provide the heat needed for cooking and warmth. The fire was more than just a source of heat and light. It was the heart of the household, the center around which all other activities revolved. It cooked the food, provided warmth, gave light for evening work, and served as a gathering place where the family came together at the end of each day. The fire was never allowed to die completely, and the responsibility for maintaining it was shared among all members of the household. Margaret added more wood, coaxing the flames higher. The wood was oak, cut from trees that had been growing when her grandmother was young, seasoned for 2 years to burn cleanly and efficiently. Each piece had been split by hand, shaped to fit the hearth perfectly, and stacked in the woodshed where it would stay dry through the wettest weather. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like a memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. The baby stirred and began to fuss, and Margaret lifted her with one arm while tending the fire with the other, a feat of coordination that would have impressed any modern juggler. This was the reality of medieval motherhood. Children had to be cared for while other essential work continued, and women developed an almost supernatural ability to multitask. Baby Mary was 10 months old, a healthy, happy child who had survived the dangerous early months when so many medieval babies died. She was beginning to crawl, exploring the cottage with the fearless curiosity of childhood, and she required constant supervision to keep her away from the fire, the sharp tools, and the other hazards of medieval domestic life. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. The winds changed, Margaret said softly, her first words of the day. She was right. Thomas could feel it too, a subtle shift in the air that spoke of weather coming from the west. After 32 years of life, most of them spent outdoors, you learned to read the sky like a book written in clouds and wind patterns. The ability to predict weather was literally a matter of life and death for medieval peasants. A sudden storm could destroy crops, flood fields, or make travel impossible. A change in wind direction could bring rain, snow, or clear skies, and knowing what to expect allowed farmers to plan their work accordingly. This knowledge was passed down through generations, encoded in sayings and observations that captured centuries of accumulated wisdom. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. Margaret's weather sense was particularly acute. She could feel changes in atmospheric pressure in her bones, could smell rain hours before it arrived, could read the behavior of animals and birds for clues about coming weather. This morning, the westerly wind carried the scent of moisture, suggesting that rain might be coming within a day or two. Little Anne coughed again, a wet sound that made both parents exchange worried glances. Illness was always a specter haunting medieval households, and children were particularly vulnerable. They had lost 2 babies in the years before Anne was born. Little souls who had arrived in winter and departed before spring, buried in the churchyard under stones too small to bear names. Children's footsteps in the mud left little trails that vanished with the rain, just as their voices lingered in the air long after play had ended. These were the things Thomas believed truly built the village. The memory of those lost children was never far from Thomas and Margaret's minds. The first had been a boy, born in the depths of winter when food was scarce and the cottage was cold despite the fire. He had lived for 3 weeks, growing weaker each day until he simply stopped breathing one morning. The second had been a girl, born the following autumn, who had seemed healthy at first, but had developed a fever that no amount of herbal remedies could break. These losses had marked both parents deeply, making them perhaps overly protective of their surviving children, but also giving them a profound appreciation for the gift of healthy offspring. Every morning that Anne woke without fever, every day that Edmund played with his usual energy, every night that baby Mary slept peacefully was a blessing not to be taken for granted. But Anne was strong, had always been strong, and the cough was probably just the last remnant of winter's grip. Still, Margaret would brew her a tea from the dried herbs, and they would both watch her carefully in the days ahead. In a world without doctors or hospitals, parents became experts in reading the subtle signs of their children's health. The herbal remedies that Margaret would prepare were not mere folk superstitions. They were the result of centuries of accumulated knowledge about the medicinal properties of plants. Thyme tea could soothe a cough, willow bark could reduce fever, and chamomile could calm an upset stomach. This knowledge was passed down from mother to daughter, creating an unbroken chain of healing wisdom that sustained communities through times when professional medical care was unavailable or unaffordable. Young Edmund woke as children do, all at once, going from deep sleep to full alertness in the space of a heartbeat. He sat up, his hair sticking up in all directions, and looked around with the bright curiosity that was his most endearing trait. At 4, he was at the perfect age to absorb knowledge like a sponge, and he spent his days asking questions about everything he saw. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. Children in Millbrook didn't learn by instruction. They learned by watching. Thomas often caught his son mimicking his gait, his daughter stitching as Margaret did. The lessons were silent, but lasting, stitched into the fabric of life itself. "Da, is it plowing day?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep but vibrating with excitement. Thomas smiled, ruffling his son's hair. "Aye, lad. Today we start the spring plowing." The spring plowing was one of the most important events in the agricultural calendar, and Edmund had been looking forward to it for weeks. He was too young to help with the actual work, but he would follow his father to the fields, watching and learning, beginning the education that would one day make him a farmer in his own right. Edmund's eyes lit up with anticipation. He had spent the winter listening to his father and the other men of the village discuss the coming plowing season, planning which fields would be planted with which crops, debating the best times to begin the work, sharing knowledge about soil conditions and weather patterns. Now, Finally, the waiting was over. At 4, Edmund was old enough to understand that the spring plowing was not just work, but the foundation of the family's survival. He had seen the connection between the seeds that went into the ground and the bread that appeared on the table, and he was beginning to grasp the complex web of knowledge and skill that made agriculture possible. The boy's excitement was infectious, and it reminded Thomas of his own childhood, when the spring plowing had seemed like the most important event in the world. There was something profound about the annual renewal of the agricultural cycle, the moment when the dormant earth was awakened and prepared to receive the seeds that would become the next year's food supply. Edmund loved to follow his father to the fields, chattering away about everything he saw, asking endless questions about why the earth had to be turned, why the seeds had to be planted in rows, why the oxen were so big and slow and patient. His questions were not just curiosity. They were the beginning of his education as a farmer, the start of a learning process that would continue for the rest of his life. Thomas was patient with his son's questions, understanding that this was how knowledge was passed from one generation to the next. Every answer he gave, every explanation he offered, was a building block in Edmund's understanding of the world. The boy was learning not just facts, but ways of thinking, approaches to problem solving, attitudes toward work and responsibility that would shape his entire life. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. The morning meal was simple but substantial. Thick slices of dark bread, spread with butter that Margaret had churned the day before, and small beer that had been brewing in clay pots for the past week. The bread was coarse, made from rye and barley flour with a bit of wheat mixed in when times were good. It was dense and filling, designed to provide the energy needed for a day of hard physical labor. The bread-making process was complex and time-consuming, requiring skills that Margaret had learned from her mother and refined through years of practice. The grain had to be ground into flour at the village mill, where the miller took a portion as payment for his services. The flour had to be mixed with water, salt, and a bit of sourdough starter that was kept alive from batch to batch, creating a living culture of yeast that would make the bread rise. The dough had to be kneaded thoroughly to develop the gluten that would give the bread its structure, then left to rise in a warm place near the fire. The timing was critical. Too little rising, and the bread would be dense and heavy. Too much, and it would collapse. The bread was baked in the village oven, a large stone structure that was heated with wood fires and shared among all the households. The butter was Margaret's own work, churned from cream that came from their cow, Bessie. The churning process was laborious. Margaret would pour the cream into a wooden churn and work the paddle up and down for what seemed like hours until the fat separated from the buttermilk. The resulting butter was pale yellow and sweet, a luxury that many peasant families could afford only occasionally. The small beer was safer to drink than water, and provided calories that pure water couldn't match. The brewing process began with malted barley that was boiled with water and hops, then allowed to ferment with wild yeasts that lived in the wooden brewing vessels. The result was a mildly alcoholic beverage that could be stored for weeks without spoiling and provided essential nutrients along with hydration. As they ate, Thomas explained the day ahead to his family. The spring plowing was one of the most important tasks of the year, the foundation upon which everything else depended. If the plowing was done poorly, if the timing was wrong, if the weather didn't cooperate, the entire year's food supply could be at risk. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. "The soil is just right," Thomas explained to Edmund, who listened with rapt attention. "Not too wet, not too dry. If we wait much longer, the spring rains will make the fields too muddy to work. If we had started earlier, the ground would have been too hard for the plow to break." The timing of spring plowing was one of the most critical decisions a medieval farmer had to make. The soil had to be in perfect condition, moist enough to be workable but not so wet that it would stick to the plow and form clods that would interfere with planting. The weather had to be stable enough to allow several days of continuous work, because once the plowing began, it had to be completed quickly. Thomas had been watching the soil conditions for weeks, walking through the fields each morning to check the moisture level, the temperature, the way the earth crumbled when he picked up a handful. He had consulted with the other farmers in the village, sharing observations and comparing notes about soil conditions in different fields. "Will Master William be there?" Anne asked, her voice still hoarse from the cough but bright with interest. Master William was the village's most experienced plowman, an elderly man whose knowledge of soil and weather was legendary. He had been plowing these same fields for more than 50 years, and his advice was sought by peasants and lords alike. Children in Millbrook didn't learn by instruction, they learned by watching. Thomas often caught his son mimicking his gait, his daughter stitching as Margaret did. The lessons were silent but lasting, stitched into the fabric of life itself. "Aye, he'll be there," Thomas replied. "And he'll be watching everything we do with those sharp eyes of his." Master William was more than just an experienced farmer. He was a repository of agricultural knowledge that stretched back generations. He had learned his craft from his father, who had learned from his father before him, in an unbroken chain of knowledge that connected the present to the distant past. He knew which fields produced the best crops, which varieties of grain grew best in different types of soil, how to read the subtle signs that indicated when conditions were perfect for planting. The old man's presence at the spring plowing was both reassuring and intimidating. His approval meant that the work was being done correctly, but his criticism could be devastating to a young farmer's confidence. Thomas had worked under Master William's watchful eye for more than a decade, and he still felt a flutter of nervousness when he thought about performing under the old man's scrutiny. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. But Master William's knowledge was invaluable, and Thomas was grateful for the opportunity to learn from him. The old man had seen every kind of weather, every type of soil condition, every possible problem that could arise during the plowing season. His experience was a treasure trove of practical wisdom that could mean the difference between success and failure. Margaret packed food for the midday meal, more bread, some cheese, and a small pot of pottage that could be heated over a fire in the field. The cheese was another product of their cow, Bessie, aged in the cool cellar beneath the cottage where it developed a hard rind and a sharp flavor that would keep it from spoiling even on a warm day. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. The pottage was a thick stew made from whatever ingredients were available: barley, peas, onions, and a bit of salted pork that had been preserved from the autumn slaughter. It was nutritious and filling, designed to provide the sustained energy needed for heavy physical labor. The pot was made from iron, expensive but essential for cooking over an open fire in the field. She also filled a leather water bag, though Thomas would likely drink more small beer than water during the day. The beer was safer than water from uncertain sources, and it provided calories that pure water couldn't match. The leather bag was made from the hide of a cow that had belonged to Thomas's father, carefully tanned and shaped to hold liquid without leaking. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. The preparation of food for fieldwork was an art in itself. The food had to be portable, nutritious, and able to remain edible for hours without refrigeration. It had to provide the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats to sustain heavy labor, and it had to be packaged in containers that could withstand the rough handling of fieldwork. As the family prepared to leave their cottage, Thomas took a moment to look around at their small domain. The vegetable garden where Margaret grew onions, leeks, and cabbages was still dormant, waiting for the soil to warm enough for spring planting. The small pen where their pig, Gertrude, snorted and rooted in the mud was a source of both protein and fertilizer for the garden. Gertrude was a valuable asset, providing meat for the family and manure for the fields. She was a large, intelligent animal who knew her name and came when called. During the summer months, she would forage in the forest, eating acorns and roots that would give her meat a rich, nutty flavor. In the autumn, she would be slaughtered, and her meat preserved through smoking and salting, providing protein throughout the winter months. The chicken coop, where a dozen hens provided eggs, and the occasional Sunday dinner, was another essential part of the household economy. The chickens were hardy birds that could survive on scraps and forage, and they provided a steady supply of protein in the form of eggs. The eggs were used for cooking and baking, and surplus eggs could be traded at the weekly market for other necessities. The shed, where Thomas kept his tools and equipment, was perhaps the most important building on the property after the cottage itself. Inside were the implements that made agriculture possible: plows, harrows, scythes, sickles, and dozens of smaller tools, each designed for a specific purpose and maintained with the care that expensive equipment demanded. The plow was the most important tool of all, a complex piece of equipment that had evolved over centuries to achieve maximum efficiency in breaking and turning the soil. Thomas's plow was made from oak and iron, with a sharp iron plowshare that cut through the earth and a wooden moldboard that turned the furrow over. It was pulled by a team of oxen and guided by a skilled plowman who could judge the depth and angle of each furrow with precision. The harrow was used after plowing to break up clods and smooth the soil surface for planting. It consisted of a wooden frame fitted with iron teeth that dragged across the plowed field, pulverizing the soil and creating a fine seed bed. The harrow required less skill to operate than the plow, but it was still essential to the farming process. The scythe and sickle were harvesting tools, used to cut grain when it was ripe. The scythe was a long-handled tool with a curved blade that could cut through standing grain with smooth, rhythmic strokes. The sickle was smaller and more maneuverable, used for cutting grain in tight spaces or for harvesting smaller crops. Margaret's laughter, when it came, was not loud. It was like the chime of a wooden spoon against a clay bowl. Modest, unexpected, and deeply comforting. Each tool was maintained with religious care, sharpened regularly, oiled to prevent rust and stored properly to prevent damage. A broken tool during the busy farming season could mean disaster, so Thomas spent many winter evenings maintaining and repairing his equipment, ensuring that everything would be ready when needed. On cold mornings, Margaret's tea steamed like hope itself. She would hand Thomas a wooden cup and rest her hand on his chest a moment longer than needed. That quiet pause, in a day often full of motion, stayed with him far longer than the warmth of the drink. But this morning, all thoughts were focused on the day ahead. The spring plowing represented the beginning of a new agricultural year, a fresh start, a chance to apply everything that had been learned from previous seasons. It was hard work, but it was also hopeful work, filled with the promise of future harvests and the satisfaction of participating in the ancient cycle of planting and growth. Thomas gathered his tools, the plow, the harrow, and the various smaller implements he would need, and loaded them onto the wooden cart that would carry them to the fields. The cart was another essential piece of equipment, strongly built to carry heavy loads over rough ground, with iron-reinforced wheels that could handle the ruts and rocks of medieval roads. The oxen, Brownie, and his partner Blackie were already waiting in the yard, their massive forms silhouetted against the growing light of dawn. They were magnificent animals, each weighing nearly a ton, with the strength to pull a plow through the heaviest soil. They had been trained from birth to work together, responding to voice commands and working in perfect synchronization. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. The relationship between a farmer and his oxen was complex and intimate. These animals were partners in the truest sense, sharing the labor that made agriculture possible. They required careful feeding, regular grooming, and constant attention to their health and well-being. In return, they provided the power that made large-scale farming possible. Brownie was the lead ox, the more intelligent and responsive of the pair. He understood dozens of voice commands and could anticipate what was needed in different situations. Blackie was younger and stronger, providing the raw power needed for the heaviest work. Together, they formed a team that could accomplish tasks that would have been impossible for human strength alone. The process of yoking the oxen was a ritual in itself, requiring skill and patience. The wooden yoke had to be fitted carefully across their necks, secured with leather straps, and adjusted to ensure that the load was distributed evenly between the two animals. The chains that connected the yoke to the plow had to be checked for wear and properly attached to prevent accidents. As Thomas worked with the oxen, Edmund watched with fascination, asking questions about how the animals were trained, why they were so patient and obedient, how they knew what to do. Thomas answered patiently, understanding that this was part of his son's education, the beginning of a learning process that would one day make Edmund a farmer in his own right. Margaret appeared at the cottage door with baby Mary in her arms and a bundle of food for the midday meal. Anne stood beside her, still coughing occasionally, but determined not to miss the excitement of the spring plowing. The whole family would go to the fields, not to work, but to witness the beginning of another agricultural year, to participate in the community event that marked the transition from winter's dormancy to spring's activity. The village was coming alive around them. Smoke was rising from chimneys as other families prepared for the day ahead. The sound of voices carried on the morning air as neighbors called greetings to each other and made final preparations for the day's work. Dogs barked, chickens clucked, and somewhere in the distance, another rooster added his voice to the dawn chorus. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. The sense of community was strong on days like this, when the entire village came together for a common purpose. The spring plowing was not just individual work, but a collective effort, with neighbors helping neighbors, sharing equipment and expertise, working together to ensure that everyone's fields were properly prepared for planting. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. As Thomas led his oxen toward the fields, he felt the weight of responsibility that came with being a farmer. The success or failure of the spring plowing would determine whether his family ate well in the coming year or faced hunger. The decisions he made in the next few days, which fields to plow first, how deep to set the plow, when to stop if weather threatened, would echo through the months ahead. But there was also excitement in the air, the anticipation that came with new beginnings. The spring plowing represented hope, the promise of future harvests, the continuation of the ancient cycle that had sustained human civilization for thousands of years. It was hard work, but it was meaningful work, connected to the most fundamental needs of human survival. The sun was beginning to rise as Thomas and his family made their way toward the fields, joining the stream of villagers who were converging on the common lands where the spring plowing would take place. The day ahead would be long and demanding, but it would also be satisfying in ways that few modern people can understand. The deep satisfaction that comes from working with one's hands, from participating in the ancient rhythms of agricultural life, from being part of a community united in common purpose. The medieval world was harsh and unforgiving, but it was also deeply human in its scale and its connections. People knew their place in the world, understood their role in the great cycle of seasons and years, found meaning in work that was directly connected to survival. As Thomas walked toward the fields with his family beside him and his oxen plodding steadily ahead, he was participating in a way of life that had sustained human civilization for millennia and would continue long after he was gone. The spring plowing was about to begin, and with it, another chapter in the endless story of human survival and adaptation, of the partnership between people and the land that feeds them, of the ancient wisdom that connects us to the earth and to each other across the centuries. The rooster's call had awakened more than just Thomas's household. Across the village of Millbrook, other families were stirring in their cottages, beginning the same ancient ritual of preparation that had marked the start of working days for countless generations. The sound of voices, the creak of doors, the lowing of cattle, and the bleating of sheep created a symphony of rural awakening that spoke of a community coming to life. At market, Thomas rarely bartered with words. He believed more in gestures. A nod, a quiet exchange, a loaf placed gently beside a bushel. The language of trust in Millbrook had no syllables. It was spoken in rhythm, in ritual, in quiet knowing. Thomas could hear his neighbor Geoffrey moving about in the cottage next door, the sound of his heavy footsteps carrying through the thin walls that separated their homes. Geoffrey was a miller, responsible for grinding the village's grain into flour, and his work schedule was different from that of the farmers. But on plowing days, he often helped in the fields, bringing his powerful draft horses to assist with the heaviest work. The relationship between neighbors in medieval villages was complex and essential. Privacy, as modern people understand it, simply didn't exist. Everyone knew everyone else's business, heard their conversations, witnessed their joys and sorrows. But this intimacy was not intrusion. It was survival. In a world without police, hospitals, or social services, neighbors were the safety net that kept families from falling into destitution or despair. In the lull before dawn, when the sky was just beginning to gray, the village held its breath. No clatter, no talk, only the faint rustle of wind through bare branches. Thomas cherished that silence. It felt like being cradled by the world itself. Thomas remembered how his father's hands felt. Rough, warm, always steady. He carried that memory like a stone in his pocket, invisible but grounding. Margaret was now fully awake and moving with the efficient grace of someone whose morning routine had been perfected through years of practice. She moved to the wooden chest where the family's clothes were stored, selecting garments for herself and the children with an eye toward both warmth and practicality. Her own dress was made from wool that she had spun and woven herself, dyed a deep brown color that wouldn't show dirt easily. The dress was long-sleeved and reached to her ankles, providing protection from cold and thorns while allowing freedom of movement for the day's work. Over it, she wore a linen apron that could be removed and washed more easily than the dress itself. The process of making cloth was enormously time-consuming and required multiple skills. First, the sheep had to be sheared, usually in late spring when the weather was warm enough for the animals to survive without their wool coats. The raw wool then had to be cleaned, removing dirt, vegetable matter, and the lanolin that made it waterproof. Next came the carding process, where the wool fibers were combed and aligned using wooden paddles fitted with wire teeth. This created long, parallel fibers that could be spun into thread. The spinning itself was done on the spinning wheel, a process that required skill and patience to create thread of consistent thickness and strength. The thread was then woven into cloth on a loom, another complex piece of equipment that required considerable skill to operate. The weaving process could take weeks for a single piece of cloth, depending on its size and complexity. Finally, the cloth had to be fulled, washed and beaten to shrink and thicken it, and then dyed if color was desired. Even the tools in the shed had stories. The scythe held grooves from his father's hands. The spade had a dent where it struck stone years before. These were not just implements. They were witnesses. Margaret's skill with textile production was not just a hobby or a way to save money. It was an essential survival skill that kept her family clothed and provided surplus goods that could be traded for other necessities. A woman who couldn't spin, weave, and sew was a liability to her household, while one who excelled at these skills could significantly improve her family's standard of living. For the children, Margaret selected clothes that were practical and warm. Anne's dress was a smaller version of her mother's, made from the same brown wool but with a brighter blue belt that marked it as a child's garment. Edmund wore a tunic and hose, the standard outfit for boys, while baby Mary was wrapped in soft woolen swaddling that would keep her warm and secure. The children's clothes were designed to last, made from sturdy materials and constructed with reinforced seams that could withstand the rough play and hard use of childhood. As the children outgrew their clothes, the garments would be passed down to younger siblings, or altered to fit different family members. Nothing was wasted in the medieval household. Every scrap of cloth had value and potential uses. As Margaret dressed the children, she checked each one for signs of illness or injury. Anne's cough was still present, but seemed no worse than the night before. Edmund was his usual energetic self, bouncing with excitement at the prospect of watching the spring plowing. Baby Mary was alert and responsive, her eyes bright and her skin a healthy pink color. This daily health check was crucial in a world without professional medical care. Parents became expert at reading the subtle signs that indicated the onset of illness, and early detection could mean the difference between a minor ailment and a life-threatening condition. Margaret knew the symptoms of the common childhood diseases: fever, rash, difficulty breathing, changes in appetite or behavior, and she watched for them constantly. The family's morning prayers were brief but heartfelt. They gathered around the wooden cross that hung on the wall near the hearth, and Thomas led them in a simple prayer of thanksgiving for the night's safety and a request for blessing on the day's work. Religion was not separate from daily life in the medieval world. It was woven into every aspect of existence, providing comfort, guidance, and a framework for understanding the world. The prayer was in Latin, the language of the Church, though Thomas's pronunciation was probably not perfect. He had learned the words by rote, as had most peasants, without necessarily understanding their exact meaning. But the ritual itself had meaning, connecting the family to the larger community of faith and providing a sense of continuity with the past and hope for the future. Pater noster qui es in caelis, Thomas began, and the family joined in the familiar words of the Lord's Prayer. The Latin rolled off their tongues with the rhythm of long practice, each word worn smooth by countless repetitions. The prayer was followed by a brief appeal to Saint Isidore, the patron saint of farmers, asking for his protection and blessing on the day's work. After prayers, the family shared their simple breakfast. The bread was dark and coarse, made from a mixture of rye, barley, and wheat flour that provided both nutrition and bulk. It was spread with butter that Margaret had churned from their cow's cream, a luxury that many peasant families could afford only occasionally. The butter-making process was laborious and time-consuming. Margaret would collect cream from the daily milking, allowing it to ripen slightly to develop the proper flavor and acidity. Then, she would pour it into the wooden churn and work the paddle up and down for what seemed like hours, until the fat separated from the buttermilk, with a sudden change in the sound and feel of the churning. Winter in Millbrook wasn't just a season, it was a measure of resolve. The cold pressed against the walls like an old enemy, testing every seam. Inside, the warmth of shared stories was sometimes stronger than fire. Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for hope. A soft rebellion against the long dark. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The resulting butter was pale yellow and sweet, with a rich flavor that came from the herbs and flowers that Bessie ate in the village pastures. It was packed into wooden crocks and stored in the cool cellar beneath the cottage, where it would keep for weeks without spoiling. The buttermilk was not wasted. It was used for cooking and baking, providing additional nutrition and flavor to the family's meals. The small beer that accompanied the meal was safer to drink than water and provided calories that pure water couldn't match. The brewing process began with malted barley, grain that had been allowed to sprout and then dried to convert the starches into fermentable sugars. The malted barley was boiled with water and hops, then allowed to ferment with wild yeasts that lived in the wooden brewing vessels. The result was a mildly alcoholic beverage that could be stored for weeks without spoiling and provided essential nutrients along with hydration. The alcohol content was low, perhaps 2 to 3%, but it was enough to kill harmful bacteria and make the beer safer than water from uncertain sources. As they ate, Thomas explained the day's work to his family, particularly to Edmund, who would be accompanying him to the fields for the first time as an observer and potential helper. The spring plowing was one of the most important events in the agricultural calendar, and Edmund needed to understand its significance. Thomas remembered how his father's hands felt: rough, warm, always steady. He carried that memory like a stone in his pocket, invisible but grounding. "Today we begin the year's real work," Thomas said, his voice serious but not grim. "Everything we do from now until harvest will determine whether we eat well next winter or go hungry." The weight of this responsibility was enormous. In a world without grocery stores, restaurants, or food banks, the family's survival depended entirely on their ability to grow, preserve, and store enough food to last through the winter months. A poor harvest could mean starvation, while a good one could provide not just survival, but a modest prosperity. Edmund listened with the intense concentration that children bring to subjects that truly interest them. At 4, he was old enough to understand that his family's well-being depended on the success of their farming, and he was eager to learn everything he could about the process. "Why do we have to plow the ground, Da?" Edmund asked, his voice bright with curiosity. Thomas smiled, remembering asking his own father the same question many years ago. "The earth is like a bed, son. Before you can plant seeds, you have to prepare the soil, break it up, and make it soft and ready to receive them. If we just scattered seeds on hard ground, they wouldn't grow." The analogy was simple but accurate. Plowing served multiple purposes. It broke up compacted soil, buried weeds and crop residue, incorporated organic matter, and created a seedbed that would allow young plants to establish themselves quickly and efficiently. Anne, despite her cough, was also listening intently. At 7, she was old enough to help with many aspects of farming, and she took pride in her growing knowledge and skills. She could already identify different types of grain, knew when various crops should be planted and harvested, and could perform simple tasks like gathering eggs and feeding chickens. "Will I be able to help with the planting, Doc?" she asked, her voice hopeful despite the hoarseness caused by her cough. "If you're feeling better by then, aye," Thomas replied. "There's always work for willing hands during planting season." The promise seemed to brighten Anne's spirits, and she sat up straighter, as if trying to demonstrate that she was feeling better already. The desire to contribute to the family's work was strong in medieval children, who understood from an early age that everyone had to do their part for the household to survive and prosper. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks. Not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. Margaret was packing food for the midday meal, selecting items that would travel well and provide the energy needed for heavy physical labor. More bread, some hard cheese aged in their cellar, and a small pot of pottage that could be heated over a fire in the field. Spring rains returned life to the village in waves. First, the buds, then the insects, then the chorus of frogs by the ditch. Thomas marked time not by dates, but by sounds. The first crow of the rooster, the splash of boots in thawed mud, the soft knock of seed against wood. The pottage was a thick stew made from whatever ingredients were available: barley, dried peas, onions, and a bit of salted pork that had been preserved from the autumn slaughter. It was nutritious and filling, designed to provide the sustained energy needed for heavy physical labor. The pot was made from iron, expensive but essential for cooking over an open fire. She also filled a leather water bag with small beer, knowing that Thomas would need plenty of liquid during the day's work. The leather bag was made from the hide of a cow that had belonged to Thomas's father, carefully tanned and shaped to hold liquid without leaking. It was fitted with a wooden stopper that could be removed easily even with cold, stiff fingers. The preparation of field food was an art in itself. The food had to be portable, nutritious, and able to remain edible for hours without refrigeration. It had to provide the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats to sustain heavy labor, and it had to be packaged in containers that could withstand the rough handling of field work. As the family prepared to leave their cottage, Thomas took a moment to bank the fire properly. This was a crucial task. A fire that died during the day would be difficult and time-consuming to rekindle, while one that burned too hot could consume precious fuel or even pose a fire hazard. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. The process required skill and experience. Thomas pushed the burning logs together to create a compact bed of coals, then covered them with a layer of ash that would slow their burning while keeping them alive. The ash acted as insulation, preventing the coals from cooling too quickly while also limiting the amount of oxygen that could reach them. With the fire properly banked, it would smolder slowly throughout the day, ready to be rekindled with the addition of kindling and fresh air when the family returned in the evening. This technique had been developed over centuries of experience, and it was one of the many small skills that made the difference between comfort and hardship in the medieval world. The cottage was now ready to be left for the day. The animals had been fed and watered. The fire was safely banked, and the family's most valuable possessions were secure in the locked wooden chest. Thomas took one last look around, checking that everything was in order, before leading his family out into the growing light of dawn. The village was coming alive around them, as other families emerged from their cottages and began the day's work. Smoke was rising from chimneys as fires were rekindled, and breakfast was prepared. The sound of voices carried on the morning air as neighbors called greetings to each other and made final preparations for the day ahead. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. Thomas remembered how his father's hands felt, rough, warm, always steady. He carried that memory like a stone in his pocket, invisible but grounding. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. Children's voices could be heard as they performed their morning chores, feeding chickens, gathering eggs, milking cows, and helping their parents prepare for the day's work. dogs barked as they sensed the excitement and activity. And, somewhere in the distance, the village church bell began to toll, marking the canonical hour of prime and calling the faithful to prayer. The sense of community was strong in these morning moments, when the entire village was united in the common purpose of beginning another day's work. Everyone knew everyone else's business, understood their neighbors' challenges and successes, and was ready to offer help when needed. Thomas led his family toward the shed where his farming equipment was stored. The building was small but sturdy, constructed from the same oak timbers and wattle and daub walls as the cottage. Inside, carefully arranged and maintained, were the tools that made agriculture possible. The plow was the most important implement, a complex piece of equipment that represented a significant investment for a peasant family. Thomas's plow was made from seasoned oak and iron, with a sharp plowshare that cut through the earth and a wooden moldboard that turned the furrow over. It had been made by the village carpenter and blacksmith working together, each contributing their specialized skills to create a tool that would last for decades with proper care. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks, not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. The harrow, used for breaking up clods and smoothing the soil after plowing, consisted of a wooden frame fitted with iron teeth. It was lighter than the plow, but still required considerable skill to use effectively. The spacing and angle of the teeth had to be just right to achieve the desired result, without damaging the soil structure. Various hand tools were also stored in the shed. Hoes for cultivating crops, sickles for harvesting grain, scythes for cutting hay, and dozens of smaller implements, each designed for a specific purpose. Every tool was maintained with religious care, sharpened regularly, oiled to prevent rust, and stored properly to prevent damage. The wooden cart that would carry the equipment to the fields was another essential piece of equipment. It was strongly built to carry heavy loads over rough ground, with iron-reinforced wheels that could handle the ruts and rocks of medieval roads. The cart had been built by Thomas's father, and had served the family faithfully for more than 20 years. There was one tree, tall and bent at the edge of the barley field, that Thomas visited each midsummer. No one marked it as holy, but it felt that way. He would press a hand to its bark and close his eyes. In that silence, the weight of all he carried seemed to lessen. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. As Thomas loaded his equipment onto the cart, he was joined by his oxen, Brownie and Blackie, who had been waiting patiently in the small paddock beside the cottage. These magnificent animals were the real power behind medieval agriculture, providing the strength needed to pull heavy plows through resistant soil. Brownie was the lead ox, 8 years old and in his prime. He was a massive animal, standing nearly 6 feet at the shoulder and weighing close to 2,000 pounds. His intelligence was remarkable. He understood dozens of voice commands and could anticipate what was needed in different situations. His brown coat was thick and glossy, evidence of good care and adequate nutrition. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. Blackie was younger and slightly larger, with the raw strength needed for the heaviest work. His black coat had a slight sheen that caught the morning light, and his eyes held the patient, intelligent expression that marked a well-trained working animal. Together, the two oxen formed a team that could accomplish tasks that would have been impossible for human strength alone. The relationship between a farmer and his oxen was complex and intimate. These animals were partners in the truest sense, sharing the labor that made agriculture possible. They required careful feeding, regular grooming, and constant attention to their health and well-being. In return, they provided the power that made large-scale farming possible. The process of yoking the oxen was a ritual that required skill and patience. The wooden yoke had to be fitted carefully across their necks, positioned so that the load would be distributed evenly between the two animals. The yoke was carved from a single piece of oak, shaped to fit the curve of the oxen's necks and polished smooth by years of use. Leather straps secured the yoke in place, and chains connected it to the equipment that would be pulled. Every connection had to be checked carefully. A broken chain or loose strap could result in injury to the animals or damage to expensive equipment. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. As Thomas worked with his oxen, Edmund watched with fascination, asking questions about how the animals were trained, why they were so patient and obedient, how they knew what to do. Thomas answered each question patiently, understanding that this was part of his son's education, the beginning of a learning process that would one day make Edmund a farmer in his own right. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. "Oxen are smart animals, son," Thomas explained as he adjusted Blackie's harness. "They remember what they're taught, and they want to please their master. But you have to treat them with respect. Never be cruel or impatient, and always make sure they have enough food and water." The lesson was about more than just animal husbandry. It was about responsibility, respect for living creatures, and the understanding that successful farming required partnership between humans and animals. These were values that would serve Edmund well throughout his life, whether he remained a farmer or pursued some other occupation. Margaret appeared at the cottage door with baby Mary in her arms and the bundle of food for the midday meal. Anne stood beside her, wrapped in a woolen cloak that would protect her from the morning chill. Despite her cough, she was determined not to miss the excitement of the spring plowing. Old Elric, the village beekeeper, told Thomas that bees never forget the path home. Thomas often wondered if people did. His heart had wandered far in dreams, but always settled where the hearth crackled and Margaret hummed. The whole family would go to the fields, not necessarily to work, but to witness the beginning of another agricultural year, to participate in the community event that marked the transition from winter's dormancy to spring's activity. For the children, it was education. For Margaret, it was a chance to socialize with other women while keeping an eye on her family. For Thomas, it was the beginning of the most important work of the year. As they prepared to leave for the fields, Thomas felt the familiar mixture of anticipation and anxiety that marked the beginning of each farming season. The spring plowing was the foundation upon which everything else would be built, and the success or failure of this work would determine whether his family ate well in the coming year or faced hunger. Margaret's laughter, when it came, was not loud. It was like the chime of a wooden spoon against a clay bowl, modest, unexpected, and deeply comforting. but there was also excitement in the air, the sense of new beginnings that came with spring. The long winter was finally over. The days were growing longer and warmer, and the earth was ready once again to receive the seeds that would become the next year's harvest. The sun was fully up now, painting the eastern sky in shades of gold and pink. The air was crisp but not cold, with just enough moisture to keep the dust down but not enough to make the fields muddy. It was perfect weather for plowing, and Thomas knew that he and his neighbors would make the most of it. Winter in Millbrook wasn't just a season. It was a measure of resolve. The cold pressed against the walls like an old enemy, testing every seam. Inside, the warmth of shared stories was sometimes stronger than fire. Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for hope. A soft rebellion against the long dark. As he led his oxen toward the fields, with his family walking beside him and his equipment loaded on the cart behind, Thomas was participating in a ritual that connected him to countless generations of farmers who had performed the same tasks in the same way. The techniques might evolve, the tools might improve, but the fundamental relationship between humans and the land remained unchanged. The spring plowing was about to begin, and with it, another chapter in the endless story of human survival and adaptation, of the partnership between people and the land that feeds them, of the ancient wisdom that connects us to the earth and to each other across the centuries. The medieval world was harsh and unforgiving, but it was also deeply meaningful in ways that modern life sometimes lacks. Every action had purpose. Every skill was essential. Every day brought new challenges that required intelligence, strength, and determination to overcome. As Thomas walked toward the fields with his family beside him, and his oxen plodding steadily ahead, he was not just going to work. He was participating in the great dance of survival that had sustained human civilization for millennia. The Fellowship of the Furrow. The common fields of Millbrook stretched before them like a vast brown canvas waiting for an artist's brush. These were not the neat rectangular plots that modern eyes might expect, but long, narrow strips separated by grassy balks that served as boundaries and pathways. Each family in the village held several strips scattered throughout the three great fields, a system that ensured that no one family monopolized the best or worst land. The field system itself was a marvel of medieval organization, developed over centuries to maximize fairness and efficiency. The three-field system meant that one field lay fallow each year, resting and recovering its fertility, while the other two were planted with different crops. This year, the east field would be planted with wheat and rye, the west field with barley and oats, while the north field would lie fallow, grazed by the village's cattle and sheep. Thomas's strips were scattered throughout the east and west fields, some in the fertile valley bottom where the soil was rich and dark, others on the slopes where the drainage was better, but the soil thinner. This distribution was not accidental. It was the result of centuries of careful planning, ensuring that each family had access to different types of soil and different growing conditions. The logic behind this seemingly random distribution was profound. In a world where weather could vary dramatically from one part of a field to another, where soil conditions could change within a few yards, having strips scattered throughout the common fields meant that no family would be completely ruined by localized disasters. If hail destroyed crops in one area, or if flooding damaged the valley bottom, each family would lose only part of their holding rather than everything. This system also encouraged cooperation and shared knowledge. Since everyone's strips were intermixed, farmers had to coordinate their activities, share equipment, and work together to manage the common resources. The timing of plowing, planting, and harvesting had to be agreed upon by the entire community, creating a social structure that reinforced cooperation and mutual dependence. As they approached the fields, Thomas could see that they were not the first to arrive. Master William was already there, standing beside his own team of oxen and surveying the field with the practiced eye of someone who had seen 50 spring plowings. His presence was both reassuring and intimidating. Reassuring because his experience was legendary, intimidating because his standards were impossibly high. Master William was a figure of considerable authority in the village, despite being technically just another peasant farmer. His knowledge of agriculture was encyclopedic, accumulated over decades of careful observation and experimentation. He could predict weather patterns weeks in advance, knew which varieties of grain would thrive in different soil conditions, and could diagnose plant diseases from subtle changes in leaf color or growth patterns. The old man's authority came not from birth or appointment, but from demonstrated competence. In a world where agricultural failure could mean starvation, expertise was valued above almost everything else. Young farmers sought his advice. Experienced farmers deferred to his judgment, and even the lord of the manor consulted him on matters related to crop management and land use. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks, not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. But Master William's knowledge came with expectations. He demanded excellence from himself and others, and he was not shy about expressing his opinions when he saw work that didn't meet his standards. His approval was coveted, his criticism feared, and his presence at any agricultural activity added weight and seriousness to the proceedings. Other villagers were arriving as well, each with their own team of oxen or horses, their own plows and equipment, their own hopes and fears for the coming season. Geoffrey the miller was there with his massive draft horses, animals bred for strength rather than speed. The horses were magnificent creatures, standing nearly 18 hands high, with feathered feet and gentle dispositions that made them ideal for heavy work. Geoffrey's decision to use horses rather than oxen was controversial in the village. Horses were faster and more maneuverable than oxen, but they were also more expensive to maintain, requiring better food and more careful management. They were more prone to injury and illness, and they couldn't survive on the rough pasture that sustained oxen through the winter months. But Geoffrey could afford horses because his mill provided a steady income that didn't depend entirely on the success of his own crops. The mill processed grain for the entire village and the surrounding area, and Geoffrey received a portion of every batch of grain that was ground. This income allowed him to invest in equipment and animals that other farmers couldn't afford. Young Peter was also there, barely 18, and farming his first season as head of his household after his father's death the previous winter. He looked nervous as he checked and rechecked his equipment, clearly feeling the weight of responsibility that had fallen on his young shoulders. Sometimes, when all was quiet and the day had not yet asked anything of him, Thomas would sit by the well and listen to the wind. And in it, he often imagined the breath of those who had come before. Peter's situation was not uncommon in the medieval world, where life expectancy was short and young people often found themselves thrust into adult responsibilities without adequate preparation. His father had died suddenly of a fever, leaving Peter to manage the family's land and support his mother and younger siblings. On cold mornings, Margaret's tea steamed like hope itself. She would hand Thomas a wooden cup and rest her hand on his chest a moment longer than needed. That quiet pause, in a day often full of motion, stayed with him far longer than the warmth of the drink. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The village had rallied around Peter's family, as was customary in tight-knit rural communities. Neighbors had helped with the harvest after his father's death, provided advice on managing the livestock, and offered to share equipment when needed. But ultimately, Peter would have to prove himself capable of managing his inheritance, or his family would face destitution. The young man's nervousness was understandable. Spring plowing was one of the most critical tasks of the agricultural year, and mistakes made now could have consequences that lasted throughout the growing season. Peter had helped his father with plowing in previous years, but this was his first time bearing full responsibility for the work. Old Martha, the village's unofficial keeper of agricultural wisdom, had positioned herself on a small rise where she could observe all the proceedings. At 73, she was too old for heavy field work, but her knowledge of soil conditions, weather patterns, and farming techniques was encyclopedic. Farmers would seek her advice throughout the day, and her approval or disapproval could make or break a young farmer's confidence. Martha represented a different kind of authority than Master William. Where his knowledge was practical and technical, hers was intuitive and experiential. She could sense changes in weather patterns that others missed, could predict the success or failure of crops based on subtle signs that escaped younger eyes, and could diagnose problems with livestock or crops that baffled more technically minded farmers. Her presence at the spring plowing was traditional and expected. She served as a living repository of agricultural wisdom, a connection to the accumulated knowledge of previous generations, and a source of encouragement and advice for farmers facing difficult decisions. Her opinions carried enormous weight in the village, and her blessing on the day's work was considered essential for success. The social dynamics of the spring plowing were complex and important. This was not just agricultural work, but a community event, a chance for neighbors to help each other, share knowledge, and reinforce the bonds that held the village together. Experienced farmers would offer advice to younger ones. Equipment would be shared when needed, and the work would be organized to maximize efficiency for everyone. The cooperative nature of medieval agriculture was not just a matter of neighborliness, it was essential for survival. No single family could afford all the equipment needed for successful farming, and no individual possessed all the knowledge required to handle every situation that might arise. By working together, sharing resources, and pooling knowledge, the community could achieve results that would have been impossible for individuals working alone. Thomas positioned his team at the edge of his first strip, a long, narrow piece of land that ran from the village boundary nearly to the stream that marked the eastern edge of the field. The strip was perhaps 200 yards long and 20 yards wide, containing about an acre of land that would need to be plowed, harrowed, and planted over the next few weeks. The strip system might seem inefficient to modern eyes, but it had evolved to address the specific challenges of medieval agriculture. The long, narrow shape minimized the number of times the plow team had to be turned around, reducing wear on both equipment and animals. The strips were oriented to take advantage of natural drainage patterns, and their boundaries were marked by permanent features that prevented disputes over property lines. Work in the fields was not just toil, it was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names, Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. Each strip told a story of the family that worked it. Thomas's strips showed evidence of careful management. The soil was dark and fertile, free from weeds, and showed the regular pattern of previous year's plowing. Other strips might show signs of neglect or poor management, with thin soil, persistent weeds, or irregular furrow patterns that indicated inexperienced or careless work. The soil looked perfect, dark and rich, with just the right amount of moisture. Thomas picked up a handful and squeezed it, watching how it crumbled between his fingers. Too wet, and it would stick to the plow, forming clods that would interfere with planting. Too dry, and it would be too hard for the plow to penetrate effectively. But this soil was just right, crumbling easily, but holding together enough to show that it contained adequate moisture. The ability to judge soil conditions was one of the most important skills a farmer could possess. Soil that looked identical to untrained eyes could vary dramatically in its suitability for different operations. Thomas had learned to read soil like a book, interpreting its color, texture, smell, and behavior to determine the best times for plowing, planting, and cultivating. The dark color of the soil indicated high organic matter content, the result of years of careful management. Thomas and his predecessors had regularly added manure from their livestock, composted plant materials, and followed practices that built soil fertility over time. This investment in soil health was paying dividends now, providing the foundation for productive crops. "Good soil, Thomas," called Master William from the next strip over. "Your father would be proud to see it." The comment was both praise and challenge. Thomas's father had been known for the quality of his plowing, and Master William was reminding Thomas that he had a reputation to uphold. The old man's approval meant everything in a community where agricultural skill was the measure of a man's worth. The reference to Thomas's father was particularly meaningful. In medieval society, reputation was inherited along with land and possessions. A family known for good farming would find it easier to arrange marriages for their children, obtain credit when needed, and gain the respect of their neighbors. Conversely, a family with a reputation for poor farming would struggle with all aspects of village life. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons and how each one layered stories atop the last. Thomas felt the weight of this inherited responsibility. He was not just farming for his own family's survival. He was maintaining the reputation that his father and grandfather had built through decades of careful work. Every furrow he plowed, every decision he made, would be judged not just on its immediate results, but on how it reflected on his family's agricultural legacy. The village healer, old Merla, knew plants like others knew prayers. Her hut smelled of mint and musty linen, and she spoke more to herbs than to people. When Thomas once bruised his ankle in the pasture, she wrapped it in comfrey, muttering to the leaves as though they could hear. Healing, in her hands, was more ritual than science. Thomas began the careful process of adjusting his plow for the day's work. The plowshare had to be set at exactly the right depth, deep enough to break up the soil effectively, but not so deep that it would exhaust the oxen or bring up subsoil that would interfere with plant growth. The mold board had to be angled correctly to turn the furrow over completely, burying the weeds and crop residue from the previous year. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush. where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. The plow itself was a sophisticated piece of technology, the result of centuries of gradual improvement and refinement. The wooden frame was made from seasoned oak, shaped and fitted by craftsmen who understood the stresses and strains that the plow would endure. The wood had been carefully selected, with the grain running in directions that would provide maximum strength and durability. The iron plowshare was forged by the village blacksmith, shaped to cut through the soil with minimum resistance while maintaining its sharp edge through hours of use. The blacksmith's skill was crucial. A poorly forged plowshare would dull quickly, break under stress, or fail to cut cleanly through the soil. A well-made plowshare, properly maintained, could last for years of hard use. The moldboard was perhaps the most critical component. Its curved surface designed to lift and turn the soil in a smooth, continuous motion. The angle and shape of the moldboard determined how well the furrow would be turned, how completely the weeds would be buried, and how much effort would be required from the oxen. The science behind the moldboard's design was sophisticated, even if medieval farmers didn't understand the physics involved. The curve had to be precisely calculated to lift the soil slice, turn it over completely, and deposit it in the correct position relative to the previous furrow. Too steep a curve and the soil would pile up in ridges. Too gentle and it wouldn't turn over properly. Edmund watched with fascination as his father made these adjustments, asking questions about why each component was shaped the way it was, how the different parts worked together, what would happen if something was adjusted incorrectly. Thomas answered patiently, understanding that this was how knowledge was passed from one generation to the next. "The plow is like a knife, son," Thomas explained as he checked the angle of the plowshare. "It has to be sharp to cut cleanly, and it has to be held at just the right angle to work properly. Too steep and it will dig too deep, too shallow and it won't cut at all." Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts. Small mercies against the dark. The comparison was apt. Plowing was indeed like cutting, but cutting on a massive scale, with each furrow slice weighing hundreds of pounds and requiring enormous force to lift and turn. The skill lay in making this process look effortless, in guiding the plow so that each furrow was exactly the right depth and width, perfectly parallel to the one before it. The physics of plowing were complex, involving leverage, friction, and the dynamics of soil movement. The plowman had to understand how different soil conditions would affect the plow's behavior, how to adjust for changes in moisture or hardness, and how to maintain consistent results despite varying conditions. With the plow properly adjusted, Thomas took his position behind the handles, grasping the smooth wooden grips that had been worn smooth by his father's hands and his grandfather's before him. The handles were more than just grips. They were the steering wheel and accelerator of the medieval plow, allowing the plowman to control the depth, direction, and speed of the cut. The handles were shaped to fit human hands comfortably, even during hours of continuous use. They were positioned at the correct height and angle to allow the plowman to maintain good posture while providing maximum control over the implement. The wood was polished smooth by years of use, creating a surface that wouldn't cause blisters even during extended work sessions. The connection between plowman and plow was intimate and immediate. Every variation in soil condition was transmitted through the handles, allowing the operator to make instant adjustments to maintain optimal performance. A skilled plowman could sense changes in soil density, moisture, or composition through the feedback transmitted through the plow handles. "Gee up, Brownie! Come on, Blackie!" Thomas called to his oxen, using the traditional commands that the animals had learned from birth. The oxen leaned into their yoke, their massive muscles bunching under their thick hides as they began to pull the plow forward. The commands used to direct draft animals were standardized throughout England, passed down through generations of farmers and understood by animals trained in the traditional manner. G meant turn right, haw meant turn left, whoa meant stop, and G up meant start or go faster. These simple commands allowed precise control over the animal's movements. The oxen's response was immediate and coordinated. They had worked together for years, and they moved as a single unit, their steps synchronized, their pulling effort perfectly balanced. This coordination was the result of careful training and years of experience working together. The first furrow was always the most important, setting the pattern for all that would follow. Thomas guided the plow carefully, keeping it straight and true, watching the soil as it curled away from the mold board in a smooth, continuous ribbon. The furrow was perhaps 8 inches deep and 12 inches wide, turning over a slice of earth that buried the weeds and crop residue while exposing fresh soil to the air. The quality of the first furrow was crucial because it served as a guide for all subsequent furrows. If the first furrow was crooked, uneven, or improperly formed, these defects would be magnified as the work progressed. A skilled plowman took extra care with the first furrow, knowing that it would determine the quality of the entire field. The sound of the plow cutting through the earth was deeply satisfying. A clean slicing sound that spoke of sharp iron and good soil. It was a sound that Thomas had been hearing since childhood, a sound that marked the rhythm of agricultural life and the changing of the seasons. The sound varied with soil conditions, becoming sharper in sandy soil, duller in clay, and taking on different tones depending on moisture content. On cold mornings, Margaret's tea steamed like hope itself. She would hand Thomas a wooden cup and rest her hand on his chest a moment longer than needed. That quiet pause, in a day often full of motion, stayed with him far longer than the warmth of the drink. The oxen moved at their own steady pace, neither hurrying nor dawdling, their breathing deep and regular as they settled into the rhythm of the work. Their pace was determined by their own physiology and the resistance of the soil, and Thomas had learned to work with their natural rhythm rather than trying to force them to move faster or slower. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. The relationship between the plowman and his animals was based on mutual respect and understanding. The oxen trusted Thomas to guide them safely and not to overwork them, while Thomas trusted the oxen to provide steady, reliable power for the demanding work of plowing. This partnership had been developed over years of working together, and it was essential to the success of the operation. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. Behind Thomas, the furrow lay straight and true, the dark soil glistening in the morning sun. Each step forward revealed more of the rich earth that would soon nurture the seeds that would become the year's harvest. There was something profoundly satisfying about this work, something that connected Thomas to the fundamental processes of life and growth. There was a tree beyond the pasture, twisted, half dead, yet blooming each spring with defiance. Thomas had seen boys carve initials into its bark, and girls leave bundles of herbs there. It was not sacred by rule, but by feeling. The visual impact of plowing was dramatic. What had been a rough, weed-covered surface was transformed into neat, parallel furrows that spoke of human control over the natural world. The contrast between the dark, freshly turned soil and the brown stubble of the previous year's crop created a pattern that was both functional and beautiful. Margaret walked alongside the furrow, baby Mary in her arms, pointing out details to Anne and Edmund. "See how the soil turns over?" she said. "That's burying all the old weeds and making room for the new seeds. And look how dark and rich it is. That's what makes the grain grow strong." Margaret's commentary was part of the children's education, helping them understand the purpose and importance of what they were witnessing. In a world where children learned primarily through observation and participation, every activity was a potential lesson, every adult a potential teacher. The children watched with fascination as the plow continued its work, transforming the rough, weed-covered surface into neat furrows ready for planting. Anne asked why the soil was so dark, and Margaret explained about the earthworms and other creatures that lived in the soil, breaking down dead plants and animals and turning them into food for new plants. "It's like the soil is alive," Anne said, and Margaret nodded approvingly. "That's exactly right," she said. "The soil is alive, full of tiny creatures we can't see, all working together to make things grow. That's why we have to take care of it, treat it gently, give it time to rest and recover." This understanding of soil as a living system was fundamental to medieval agriculture. Farmers knew that soil health was the foundation of everything else, and they developed practices that maintained and improved soil fertility over generations. The three-field system, the use of animal manure, the careful timing of plowing and planting, all of these practices were designed to work with natural processes rather than against them. The concept of soil as a living ecosystem was not based on scientific understanding of microbiology, but on centuries of practical observation. Farmers knew that soil that was well managed would continue to produce good crops year after year, while soil that was abused would gradually lose its productivity. They developed practices that maintained this productivity without understanding the underlying mechanisms. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons and how each one layered stories atop the last. As Thomas reached the end of his first furrow, he carefully turned his team and began the second, working back toward where he had started. The second furrow had to be perfectly parallel to the first, with no gaps or overlaps that would create problems later. This required skill and concentration, constantly adjusting the plow's direction to maintain the proper spacing. The turning process at the end of each furrow was one of the most challenging aspects of plowing. The oxen had to be guided through a precise turn that brought them back to the correct position for the next furrow. The plow had to be lifted out of the soil during the turn, then lowered back into position at exactly the right spot to maintain proper spacing. The skill required for this maneuver was considerable. The plowman had to coordinate the movements of two large animals, manipulate a heavy implement, and maintain precise positioning, all while walking on uneven ground and dealing with varying soil conditions. A mistake during the turn could result in crooked furrows, uneven spacing, or damage to equipment. The work was physically demanding, requiring strength, endurance, and constant attention. Thomas had to guide the plow with his hands while walking behind it, maintaining his balance on the uneven ground while watching for rocks, roots, or other obstacles that could damage the equipment or injure the oxen. Children in Millbrook didn't learn by instruction. They learned by watching. Thomas often caught his son mimicking his gait, his daughter stitching as Margaret did. The lessons were silent, but lasting, stitched into the fabric of life itself. The physical demands of plowing were enormous. The plowman walked several miles during the course of a day, all while maintaining control over a heavy implement and a team of powerful animals. The work required not just strength, but also stamina, coordination, and the ability to maintain concentration for hours at a time. The mental demands were equally challenging. The plowman had to constantly assess soil conditions, adjust the plow's settings, monitor the animal's condition, and make decisions about when to rest, when to continue, and how to handle unexpected problems. The work required a combination of technical knowledge, practical experience, and intuitive understanding that took years to develop. The oxen, for their part, seemed to understand the importance of their work. They moved with steady determination, their heads down, their massive bodies swaying slightly as they pulled the heavy plow through the resistant soil. Occasionally, Brownie would look back at Thomas, as if checking to make sure everything was proceeding correctly. The intelligence of working oxen was remarkable. They could learn complex routines, respond to subtle signals, and even anticipate what would be needed in different situations. Brownie and Blackie had been working together for so long that they could coordinate their movements without conscious direction, adjusting their pace and effort to match changing conditions. Old Elric, the village beekeeper, told Thomas that bees never forget the path home. Thomas often wondered if people did. His heart had wandered far in dreams, but always settled where the hearth crackled and Margaret hummed. The relationship between working animals and their human partners was based on mutual dependence and respect. The animals provided the power that made large-scale agriculture possible, while the humans provided guidance, care, and protection. This partnership had evolved over thousands of years, creating breeds of animals that were specifically adapted to agricultural work. "Steady, boys," Thomas murmured, as they encountered a particularly tough section where the soil was harder and more resistant. "Easy does it." The earth was not merely something to be tilled, it was a companion. Each furrow held a memory. Each stone turned revealed the breath of time. Thomas often thought the land remembered more than people did. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. The oxen responded to his voice, adjusting their pace slightly but maintaining their steady pull. This kind of communication was developed over years of working together, a partnership based on mutual respect and understanding. The animals trusted Thomas to guide them safely and not to overwork them, while Thomas trusted them to provide the power needed for the demanding work. The vocal communication between plowmen and oxen was subtle and complex. The animals responded not just to specific commands, but to the tone and inflection of the human voice. A calm, steady voice would reassure nervous animals, while an urgent tone would alert them to potential danger or the need for extra effort. Thomas had learned to read his animals' moods and physical condition through subtle signs. The position of their ears, the rhythm of their breathing, the way they held their heads. This knowledge allowed him to adjust the work pace to match their capabilities and to identify potential problems before they became serious. Around them, the other farmers were beginning their own plowing, and the field began to take on the appearance of a vast workshop where dozens of teams were engaged in the same essential task. The sound of multiple plows cutting through the soil, the calls of plowmen to their animals, the creak of wooden equipment, and the jingle of harness created a symphony of agricultural activity. The collective nature of the spring plowing created a sense of community and shared purpose that was central to medieval village life. Everyone was working toward the same goal, preparing the fields for another year's crops, and everyone understood that their individual success was tied to the success of the community as a whole. The sounds of the plowing created a rhythm that seemed to synchronize the work of all the teams in the field. The steady pace of the oxen, the regular sound of plows cutting through soil, and the periodic calls of the plowmen created a kind of agricultural music that marked the changing of the seasons. Master William was setting a pace that the younger farmers tried to match. His furrows straight and true, his oxen moving with the precision of a well-oiled machine. His technique was flawless, the result of decades of experience and an intuitive understanding of soil, weather, and animal behavior that couldn't be taught from books. The old man's presence in the field served multiple purposes. He was there to do his own plowing, of course, but he also served as a teacher and mentor to the younger farmers, a source of advice and encouragement, and a living example of agricultural excellence. His methods were studied and copied by others, and his approval was a mark of achievement that young farmers treasured. The quality of Master William's work was evident in every furrow. His plowing was so precise that it looked almost mechanical, with each furrow exactly the same depth and width, perfectly parallel to its neighbors, and turned over with mathematical precision. This level of consistency was the result of decades of practice and an almost supernatural ability to read soil conditions and adjust technique accordingly. Young Peter was struggling slightly with his team, his furrows not quite as straight as they should be, his oxen occasionally pulling to one side or the other. But he was learning, and the more experienced farmers were offering advice and encouragement. "Keep your left hand steady, Peter," called Geoffrey the miller. "Let the plow find its own depth. Don't force it." Children in Millbrook didn't learn by instruction. They learned by watching. Thomas often caught his son mimicking his gait, his daughter stitching as Margaret did. The lessons were silent but lasting, stitched into the fabric of life itself. "Remember what your father taught you," added old Martha from her observation post. "The plow knows what to do if you let it." Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. There was a tree beyond the pasture, twisted, half dead, yet blooming each spring with defiance. Thomas had seen boys carve initials into its bark, and girls leave bundles of herbs there. It was not sacred by rule, but by feeling. This kind of community support was essential in medieval agriculture. Knowledge was shared freely, equipment was loaned when needed, and experienced farmers took responsibility for training the next generation. The success of individual farmers was tied to the success of the entire community, and everyone had an interest in ensuring that the work was done properly. The advice being offered to Peter was based on years of accumulated experience. The suggestion to let the plow find its own depth reflected an understanding that the implement was designed to work with natural forces rather than against them. Fighting the plow would only exhaust the plowman and the animals while producing inferior results. The reference to Peter's father was both encouraging and poignant. The young man was trying to live up to his father's reputation while dealing with the grief of recent loss and the pressure of new responsibilities. The community's support was crucial in helping him develop the confidence and skills needed to succeed. As the morning progressed, Thomas fell into the rhythm of the work, his body moving in harmony with the plow and the oxen. Each furrow was a small victory, another step toward preparing the field for planting. The physical demands of the work were considerable. His back ached from bending over the plow handles. His arms burned from the constant effort of guiding the heavy equipment. His legs were tired from walking mile after mile behind the plow. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played, but remembered. Simple notes, drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. The rhythm of plowing was hypnotic and meditative. The steady pace of the oxen, the regular sound of the plow cutting through soil, and the repetitive nature of the work created a kind of trance state that allowed the plowman to work for hours without conscious effort. This rhythm was essential for maintaining the stamina needed for the long days of spring plowing. The physical conditioning required for plowing was developed over years of agricultural work. Farmers built up the strength, endurance, and coordination needed for the demanding work through daily exposure to physical labor. Their bodies adapted to the specific demands of their work, developing the muscle memory and reflexes that made skilled plowing possible. But there was also deep satisfaction in the work. Each furrow represented progress. Each completed strip brought the community closer to another successful harvest. The work was hard but meaningful, connected to the most fundamental needs of human survival. There was a sense of accomplishment that came from transforming rough ground into neat, productive furrows ready for planting. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. Margaret's laughter, when it came, was not loud. It was like the chime of a wooden spoon against a clay bowl. Modest, unexpected, and deeply comforting. The satisfaction of plowing came not just from the physical accomplishment, but from the knowledge that this work was essential for survival. Every furrow brought the family and community closer to another year's food supply, another successful harvest, another victory in the ongoing struggle to wrest sustenance from the earth. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and the temperature began to rise. Thomas could feel sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool morning air. The oxen were beginning to breathe more heavily, their massive bodies generating considerable heat as they worked. The warming sun and the physical exertion were taking their toll on both man and animals. The changing conditions throughout the day required constant adjustment and attention. As the soil warmed and dried, it became easier to plow, but also more likely to create dust. As the animals warmed up, they needed more frequent rest and water breaks. As the plowman tired, He had to work harder to maintain the precision and consistency that good plowing required. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. "Time for a rest," Thomas announced, pulling the plow to a stop at the end of a furrow. The oxen stood patiently, their sides heaving slightly as they caught their breath. Thomas walked around them, checking their condition, making sure the yoke was sitting properly and that there were no signs of chafing or injury. The decision of when to rest was crucial to the success of the plowing operation. Rest too often, and the work would never be completed. Rest too little, and the animals would be exhausted or injured. Thomas had learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when his oxen needed a break. Changes in their breathing, their pace, or their willingness to respond to commands. The village healer, old Merla, knew plants like others knew prayers. Her hut smelled of mint and musty linen, and she spoke more to herbs than to people. When Thomas once bruised his ankle in the pasture, she wrapped it in comfrey, muttering to the leaves as though they could hear. Healing, in her hands, was more ritual than science. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. The inspection of the animals during rest breaks was thorough and systematic. Thomas checked the fit of the yoke, looking for signs of rubbing or pressure points that could cause injury. He examined their legs and hooves for cuts, stones, or signs of lameness. He felt their necks and shoulders for signs of strain or injury. This attention to the animals' welfare was not just humane. It was essential for maintaining their ability to work. Margaret appeared with a wooden bucket of water for the oxen and a clay jug of small beer for Thomas. The animals drank deeply, their long tongues lapping up the cool water with obvious appreciation. Thomas took a long drink of the beer, feeling the liquid ease his parched throat and provide a boost of energy for the work ahead. The provision of water for the animals and refreshment for the workers was part of the complex logistics of medieval agriculture. Someone had to carry water from the village well or stream. Someone had to prepare and transport food and drink. Someone had to coordinate the timing of breaks and meals. This support work was typically done by women and children, freeing the men to concentrate on the heavy physical labor of plowing. The quality of the water was important for both animals and humans. Water from uncertain sources could carry diseases that would sicken or kill valuable livestock. The village well was carefully maintained and protected from contamination, and water from known clean sources was preferred for drinking. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons, and how each one layered stories atop the last. "How does it look?" Margaret asked, surveying the furrows that Thomas had completed. "Good soil," Thomas replied. "It's turning over nicely, not too wet, not too dry. We should be able to finish this strip before the midday meal." Margaret nodded approvingly. She understood farming as well as Thomas did, having grown up in an agricultural household and spent 10 years as a farmer's wife. Her opinion carried weight, and her approval was as important to Thomas as Master William's. The partnership between husband and wife in medieval farming was essential to success, while the division of labor was generally along gender lines, with men doing the heavy field work and women managing the household and smaller livestock. Both partners needed to understand all aspects of the operation. Margaret's knowledge of soil conditions, weather patterns, and crop management was extensive, and Thomas valued her judgment. The brief rest was over almost before it began. There was too much work to be done to allow for extended breaks, and the weather could change at any time, making further work impossible. Thomas took his position behind the plow again, called to his oxen, and resumed the steady rhythm of plowing. The discipline required to maintain the work pace was considerable. The temptation to rest longer, to take more frequent breaks, or to work at a slower pace was always present, but the demands of the agricultural calendar were inflexible. The plowing had to be completed within a narrow window of optimal soil conditions, and delays could have serious consequences for the entire year's crop. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. The work continued through the morning, with Thomas completing furrow after furrow, gradually transforming his strip from rough, weed-covered ground into neat rows of turned earth ready for planting. The physical demands of the work were considerable, but the rhythm was almost hypnotic, and Thomas found himself falling into a meditative state where his body performed the familiar motions while his mind wandered. The meditative quality of repetitive physical work was one of its unexpected benefits. The rhythm of plowing allowed the mind to process thoughts and emotions while the body performed familiar tasks. Many farmers found that their best thinking was done while plowing, when the mind was free to wander while the body was occupied with routine work. He thought about his father, who had worked these same fields, who had taught him everything he knew about farming. He thought about his children, who would one day inherit this land and this knowledge. He thought about the seeds that would soon be planted in these furrows, and the grain that would grow from them, and the bread that would feed his family through another year. The continuity of agricultural life was one of its most profound aspects. The same fields had been plowed by Thomas's ancestors for generations, using similar tools and techniques, facing similar challenges and opportunities. This connection to the past provided stability and meaning that transcended the hardships of medieval life. Sometimes, when all was quiet, and the day had not yet asked anything of him, Thomas would sit by the well and listen to the wind. And in it, he often imagined the breath of those who had come before. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks, not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. The medieval world was harsh and uncertain, but it was also deeply meaningful in ways that modern life sometimes lacks. Every action had purpose. Every skill was essential. Every day brought new challenges that required intelligence, strength, and determination to overcome. Thomas was not just plowing a field. He was participating in the ancient dance of human survival, the partnership between people and the land that had sustained civilization for thousands of years. Each night ended not in silence, but in hush, a subtle distinction. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness, the kind that wraps around the bones and whispers, "You are safe. You are home." The sense of purpose that came from agricultural work was profound and immediate. Every furrow plowed, every seed planted, every crop harvested was directly connected to survival and prosperity. There was no question about the value or meaning of the work. It was essential for life itself. As the sun reached its zenith, Thomas completed his first strip and surveyed his work with satisfaction. The furrows were straight and true, the soil was properly turned, and the field was ready for the next stage of preparation. It was good work, work that his father would have been proud of, work that would help ensure his family's survival for another year. The completion of the first strip was a significant milestone. It represented hours of hard work, careful attention to detail, and successful coordination between man and animals. The quality of the work would be judged by the community, and Thomas's reputation as a farmer would be enhanced or diminished based on the results. The spring plowing was far from over. There were more strips to be plowed, more fields to be prepared, more challenges to be met. But this first strip was complete, and that was enough for now. In the medieval world, progress was measured not in grand gestures, but in small, steady steps forward, in the accumulation of daily efforts that gradually built toward larger goals. The sense of accomplishment that came from completing a difficult task was one of the rewards of agricultural life. The work was hard, but the results were visible and immediate. A well-plowed field was a source of pride and satisfaction that would sustain the farmer through the long days of planting, cultivating, and harvesting that lay ahead. Thomas wiped the sweat from his brow and looked around at his neighbors, all engaged in the same essential work, all contributing to the great collective effort that would feed the village for another year. It was hard work, but it was good work, and he was proud to be part of it. The community aspect of the spring plowing was as important as the individual achievement. Each farmer's success contributed to the overall prosperity of the village, and each farmer's failure threatened the stability of the entire community. The sight of multiple teams working in harmony across the common fields was a powerful symbol of cooperation and shared purpose. Master William approached, his own oxen resting nearby, and examined Thomas's completed strip with the critical eye of an expert. He walked along the furrows, checking their depth and spacing, noting the quality of the soil turnover and the straightness of the lines. His inspection was thorough and professional, the kind of evaluation that could make or break a young farmer's reputation. "Fine work, Thomas," the old man said finally, his voice carrying the authority of 5 decades of farming experience. "Your father taught you well, and you've honored his teaching." Some nights he dreamed of music, not played, but remembered. Simple notes, drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. The praise from Master William was worth more than gold to Thomas. It represented not just approval of his technical skill, but recognition of his place in the community of farmers, acknowledgement that he had successfully inherited and maintained the standards that his family had established over generations. But Master William's praise came with expectations. "The soil conditions are perfect today," he continued, "but they won't last. We need to make the most of this weather while we can. There's rain coming in 2 days, maybe 3, and after that the fields will be too wet to work for a week or more." The weather prediction was based on years of careful observation and an almost supernatural ability to read atmospheric signs that escaped less experienced eyes. Master William could sense changes in air pressure, humidity, and wind patterns that allowed him to predict weather with remarkable accuracy. His forecasts were taken seriously by every farmer in the village. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The urgency implied in Master William's words was real and immediate. The window of optimal plowing conditions was narrow, and once it closed, the farmers would have to wait for the soil to dry out again before they could continue their work. In a climate as unpredictable as England's, such delays could push critical agricultural tasks into periods when success became much more difficult to achieve. Thomas nodded his understanding. "I'll start on the next strip after the midday meal," he said. "If we can get 3 more strips done today, we'll be well ahead of schedule." Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. The planning and scheduling of agricultural work required careful consideration of multiple factors: weather conditions, soil moisture, animal welfare, human endurance, and the coordination of activities with neighbors who shared equipment and labor. Thomas was already calculating how much work he could reasonably accomplish before conditions changed. The midday meal was a welcome break from the demanding work of plowing. Margaret had prepared a hearty meal designed to provide the energy needed for the afternoon's labor. Thick slices of bread, hard cheese, cold meat from the previous day's cooking, and a pot of pottage that had been simmering slowly over a small fire built at the edge of the field. The logistics of feeding workers in the field were complex and required careful planning. Food had to be portable, nutritious, and able to remain safe and palatable for hours without refrigeration. Cooking facilities had to be established in the field, fuel had to be transported, and water had to be available for both cooking and drinking. There was one tree, tall and bent at the edge of the barley field, that Thomas visited each midsummer. No one marked it as holy, but it felt that way. He would press a hand to its bark and close his eyes. In that silence, the weight of all he carried seemed to lessen. The meal was eaten in the shade of an ancient oak tree that stood at the boundary between 2 fields, its massive trunk scarred by decades of use as a resting place for tired farmers. The tree was probably older than the village itself, a living monument to the continuity of agricultural life in this place. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. The oak tree served multiple purposes in the agricultural landscape. Its shade provided relief from the sun during hot weather. Its branches offered shelter from rain, and its presence marked important boundaries and meeting places. The tree was also a source of acorns that could be fed to pigs, and its wood would eventually provide timber for construction and fuel for heating. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. As they ate, the farmers shared information about soil conditions in different parts of the field, discussed strategies for the afternoon's work, and exchanged news about their families and livestock. The conversation was practical and focused, but it also served important social functions, reinforcing the bonds of community and shared purpose that held the village together. The information sharing that took place during these informal gatherings was crucial to the success of medieval agriculture. Farmers learned from each other's experiences, shared knowledge about new techniques or problems, and coordinated their activities to maximize efficiency and minimize conflicts. Young Peter sat slightly apart from the older farmers, listening intently to their conversation, but hesitant to contribute his own opinions. His inexperience made him cautious about offering advice or making predictions, but he was learning valuable lessons from the discussion around him. The education of young farmers was largely informal, based on observation, participation, and gradual assumption of responsibility. Peter was receiving the equivalent of a university education in agricultural science, but it was delivered through practical experience rather than formal instruction. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons and how each one layered stories atop the last. Old Martha had positioned herself where she could observe all the farmers and their work, and she offered commentary on the morning's progress with the authority of someone who had seen 50 years of spring plowings. Her observations were sharp and insightful, based on a lifetime of careful attention to the details of agricultural work. "The soil is working beautifully this year," she announced to the group. "Better than I've seen in 5 years. The winter was just cold enough to break up the clay, but not so cold as to freeze the ground too deep. And the spring rains have been just right, enough to soften the earth, but not so much as to make it muddy." Her analysis was based on decades of observation and an intuitive understanding of soil science that was remarkably sophisticated, despite being unschooled in formal theory. She could read soil conditions like a book, interpreting subtle signs that escaped less experienced eyes. The quality of soil conditions was crucial to the success of the spring plowing, and Martha's positive assessment was encouraging to all the farmers. Good soil conditions would make the work easier, produce better results, and set the stage for a successful growing season. "But don't get too comfortable," she continued, her tone becoming more serious. "I can smell rain in the air, and when it comes, it's going to be heavy. You've got today and maybe tomorrow morning to finish your plowing, and then you'll be waiting for a week or more." Thomas once watched a spider repair its web between the posts of their stable. Delicate, meticulous, determined. It reminded him of Margaret, weaving patches on the children's clothing by candlelight. Quiet labor that held the family together. The weather prediction reinforced Master William's earlier warning and added urgency to the afternoon's work. The farmers would have to push themselves and their animals harder than usual to take advantage of the remaining good weather. The ability to predict weather was one of the most valuable skills a medieval farmer could possess. Accurate forecasts allowed farmers to schedule their work efficiently, avoid being caught in storms, and make the most of favorable conditions. The knowledge was based on careful observation of natural signs, cloud formations, wind patterns, animal behavior, and atmospheric conditions. Even the tools in the shed had stories. The scythe held grooves from his father's hands. The spade had a dent where it struck stone years before. These were not just implements. They were witnesses. As the meal ended and the farmers prepared to return to their work, there was a sense of urgency and determination in the air. The afternoon would be crucial for completing as much plowing as possible before the weather changed. Every farmer understood that the next few hours could determine the success or failure of their entire planting season. He would sometimes find a feather on the path, white, curved, delicate. To others, meaningless. But to Thomas it was a soft sign that life, in all its harshness, still held grace. During planting season, the days stretched long and aching. The sun rose early, often before the dew had finished kissing the tips of the wheat, and did not set until backs had bent 1,000 times. Thomas moved in rhythm with the land, his motions less about strength and more about memory, passed down not by books, but by the way his father once moved beside him. The afternoon work began with renewed energy and focus. Thomas returned to his second strip, a piece of land that was slightly higher and drier than the first, with soil that was sandier and easier to work. The different soil conditions required slight adjustments to his plowing technique, but his experience allowed him to adapt quickly and efficiently. The variation in soil conditions within a single field was one of the challenges that made farming both difficult and interesting. Each strip might require different techniques, different timing, or different approaches to achieve optimal results. The skilled farmer learned to read these variations and adjust his methods accordingly. The oxen seemed refreshed by their rest and meal, and they settled into the work with renewed vigor. Brownie and Blackie moved with the steady determination that marked well-trained working animals. Their massive strength applied efficiently to the task of pulling the heavy plow through the resistant soil. The afternoon sun was warmer than the morning had been, and Thomas could feel the heat building as he worked. The physical demands of plowing were considerable under any conditions, but the increasing temperature added another layer of challenge to the already difficult work. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. The heat affected both man and animals, requiring more frequent rest breaks and careful attention to signs of exhaustion or heat stress. Thomas monitored his oxen constantly, watching for changes in their breathing, their pace, or their willingness to respond to commands that might indicate they were being pushed too hard. As the afternoon progressed, the quality of Thomas's work remained consistently high. Each furrow was straight and true, turned to the proper depth, and spaced correctly relative to its neighbors. The skill and experience that he had inherited from his father and developed through years of practice were evident in every aspect of his plowing. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes, drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. At night, with the stars distant and cold above, Thomas would sometimes wonder if life had always moved like this. Steady, humble, and full of meaning found in quiet places. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. The consistency of high-quality work was one of the marks of a master craftsman, whether in farming or any other medieval occupation. The ability to maintain standards despite fatigue, changing conditions, and external pressures separated the truly skilled from the merely competent. Around him, the other farmers were also making good progress. Master William continued to set the standard for excellence. His furrows so precise they looked almost mechanical. Geoffrey the miller was using his powerful draft horses to good effect, covering ground more quickly than the ox teams but requiring more frequent rests for his animals. When the harvest was good, Thomas would walk the rows alone after dark, whispering thanks, not to a name or God, but to the hands, the sweat, the luck, and the soil. Young Peter was gaining confidence as the day progressed, his furrows becoming straighter and more consistent as he settled into the rhythm of the work. The encouragement and advice from the older farmers was helping him develop the skills and confidence he would need to succeed as the head of his household. The community support that Peter was receiving was typical of medieval village life. Experienced farmers had a vested interest in helping younger ones succeed, because the prosperity of individual families contributed to the overall well-being of the entire community. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Thomas completed his second strip and surveyed his progress with satisfaction. 2 strips completed in one day was excellent progress, and if the weather held, he would be able to finish his plowing well ahead of schedule. The sense of accomplishment was tempered by awareness of how much work remained to be done. Spring plowing was just the first step in a long process that would continue through planting, cultivating, and harvesting. Each stage would bring its own challenges and require its own skills and knowledge. But for now, Thomas was content with the day's progress. The work had gone well, the soil conditions had been ideal, and his oxen had performed magnificently. The foundation for another year's crops had been laid, and that was enough for one day. As the farmers began to gather their equipment and prepare for the journey back to the village, there was a sense of shared accomplishment and mutual respect in the air. They had worked together to complete an essential task, supporting each other with advice, encouragement, and practical assistance. The walk back to the village was leisurely, with tired oxen plodding along at their own pace and equally tired farmers walking beside them. The conversation was subdued but satisfied, focusing on the day's accomplishments and plans for the following day's work. Each night ended not in silence, but in hush, a subtle distinction. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness, the kind that wraps around the bones and whispers, "You are safe. You are home." Thomas felt the deep satisfaction that came from a day of meaningful work well done. His body was tired, his muscles ached, and his hands were sore from gripping the plow handles. But his spirit was content. He had honored his father's memory, maintained his family's reputation, and taken another step toward ensuring his family's survival for another year. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. The medieval world was harsh and demanding, but it was also deeply satisfying for those who understood its rhythms and met its challenges. Thomas was part of something larger than himself, a community, a tradition, a way of life that connected him to the land and to generations of farmers who had worked the same fields before him. As the village came into sight, with smoke rising from chimneys and the warm glow of firelight visible through windows, Thomas felt the deep contentment that came from returning home after a day of honest labor. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight there would be rest, food, and the company of his family. The spring plowing would continue for several more days, weather permitting, but the foundation had been laid. The ancient partnership between humans and the land had been renewed for another year, and the cycle of planting, growing, and harvesting could begin once again. In the gathering dusk, as Thomas led his tired oxen toward their well-deserved rest, he was participating in one of humanity's oldest and most essential activities. The techniques might evolve, the tools might improve, but the fundamental relationship between farmers and the land remained unchanged. A partnership based on knowledge, skill, hard work, and hope for the future. The day's work was done, but the year's work was just beginning. And Thomas was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. The wisdom of the soil. The creek near Millbrook sang louder in spring, not with music, but with movement, stones shifting, water racing. On quiet afternoons, Thomas would sit beside it and feel the current tug at his thoughts, reshaping them into calmer shapes. As the sun reached its zenith, Master William called for the midday break. The oxen were led to a nearby stream, where they drank deeply and stood in the shade of ancient willows, their sides heaving gently from the morning's exertion. The plowmen gathered in the lee of a stone wall that had stood since Roman times, its weathered blocks a reminder of other civilizations that had worked this same land. Margaret arrived with the other women, carrying baskets of food and clay jugs of small beer. The midday meal was a social occasion as much as a necessity, a time for the community to come together, share news, and reinforce the bonds that held village life together. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. At night, with the stars distant and cold above, Thomas would sometimes wonder if life had always moved like this. Steady, humble, and full of meaning found in quiet places. Thomas accepted a wooden bowl of pottage from his wife, inhaling the rich aroma of peas and barley seasoned with herbs from their garden. The bread was fresh from the morning's baking, still warm and fragrant. As he ate, he listened to the conversations flowing around him. Discussions of weather and crops, gossip about neighboring villages, plans for the coming planting season. Old Henrik says the rye should go in the north field this year, Geoffrey the miller was saying, referring to the village's oldest farmer, a man whose memory stretched back to the great famine of 20 years past. Says the soil there needs the rye to build it up. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. Master William nodded thoughtfully. Henrik knows his soil, been working it longer than any of us. If he says rye, then rye it should be. Oh, this was how agricultural knowledge was passed down in the medieval world. Not through books or formal education, but through the accumulated wisdom of generations of farmers who had learned to read the subtle signs of soil and weather, plant and season. Each field had its own personality, its own needs and preferences, and the successful farmer was one who learned to listen to what the land was telling him. There was one tree, tall and bent at the edge of the barley field, that Thomas visited each midsummer. No one marked it as holy, but it felt that way. He would press a hand to its bark and close his eyes. In that silence, the weight of all he carried seemed to lessen. Young Edmund had found a group of other children his age, and they were playing a game that involved chasing each other around the stone wall while making the sounds of various farm animals. Their laughter added a note of joy to the gathering, a reminder that even in a world of hard work and constant struggle, there was still room for play and childhood wonder. Anne sat beside her mother, carefully eating her portion of bread and cheese. Her cough had subsided somewhat, but Margaret kept a watchful eye on her, ready to intervene if the symptoms worsened. In a world without modern medicine, a mother's vigilance was often the difference between life and death for a child. As the meal progressed, the conversation turned to the broader concerns that affected every farming community. There had been reports of raiders from the north, bands of desperate men who had been displaced by crop failures in their own regions. The local lord, Sir Robert, had increased the watch on the manor's borders, but everyone knew that a determined group of raiders could cause tremendous damage before they could be stopped. My brother in Westbrook says they lost half their seed grain to raiders last month, reported Simon the shepherd, his weathered face grave with concern. Had to borrow from the Lord's stores just to have enough to plant. This was every farmer's nightmare, to lose the seed grain that represented next year's hope. Without seeds, there could be no planting. Without planting, there could be no harvest. Without harvest, there was only starvation. The chain of causation was simple and terrifying, but the conversation also revealed the complex web of mutual support that held medieval communities together. When one village suffered a loss, neighboring communities would share what they could spare. When a family lost their oxen to disease, others would lend their animals for the crucial plowing and harvesting seasons. It was a system born of necessity, but sustained by genuine human compassion. Master William stood and stretched, his joints creaking audibly. "Time to get back to it," he announced. "We've got 4 more hours of good light, and the soil's perfect for plowing." The afternoon session began much like the morning, with the careful preparation of equipment and animals. But now there was a different quality to the work, a sense of momentum building, of a job well begun and progressing toward completion. The furrows stretched across the field in neat, parallel lines, dark ribbons of turned earth that spoke of human skill and determination. In the lull before dawn, when the sky was just beginning to gray, the village held its breath. No clatter, no talk, only the faint rustle of wind through bare branches. Thomas cherished that silence. It felt like being cradled by the world itself. Thomas found his rhythm more quickly now, his body remembering the morning's lessons. The plow seemed to move more smoothly through the soil. The oxen responded more readily to his commands, and the furrows opened behind him with satisfying regularity. This was the kind of work that improved with practice, where experience counted for more than raw strength. As he worked, Thomas's mind wandered to the seeds that would soon be planted in these furrows. Barley for the family's bread and beer, oats for the horses and oxen, peas and beans to enrich the soil and provide protein for the family table. Each crop had its own requirements, its own season, its own place in the complex rotation that kept the soil fertile and productive. The medieval 3-field system was a marvel of agricultural engineering, though its creators probably never thought of it in such terms. One field would be planted with winter crops, wheat or rye sown in the fall and harvested in summer. Another would be planted with spring crops, barley, oats, peas, and beans sown in spring and harvested in fall. The third field would lie fallow, resting and recovering its fertility. Each year, the crops would rotate to different fields, ensuring that no piece of land was overworked. The fallow field would be grazed by the village's animals, whose manure would help restore the soil's nutrients. It was a system that had evolved over centuries of trial and error, refined by generations of farmers who understood that the land was not just a resource to be exploited, but a living entity that required care and respect. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the field as the work continued. The plowmen had settled into a steady rhythm, their movements synchronized like dancers in some ancient ritual. The oxen plodded forward with patient determination, their hooves leaving deep prints in the soft earth. The plows sang their ancient song, turning the soil and preparing it for the seeds that would become the year's sustenance. By late afternoon, Thomas had completed nearly half of his strip. His body ached in ways that only hard physical labor can produce. A deep, satisfying tiredness that spoke of work well done. His hands were blistered despite the calluses built up over years of similar work. His back protested with every step. But there was also a profound sense of accomplishment, of having contributed something essential to his family's survival and his community's well-being. As the sun began to sink toward the western horizon, Master William called for the day's end. The oxen were unhitched and led back to their pasture, where they would spend the night grazing and resting in preparation for tomorrow's work. The plows were cleaned and checked for damage, then stored in the village's common shed. The earth was not merely something to be tilled. It was a companion. Each furrow held a memory. Each stone turned revealed the breath of time. Thomas often thought the land remembered more than people did. The walk back to the village was quieter than the morning's journey. The workers were tired, their energy depleted by the day's exertions. But there was also a sense of satisfaction, of having begun an important task and made good progress toward its completion. As Thomas walked beside his family, little Edmund chattering excitedly about everything he had seen, Anne walking quietly beside her mother, baby Mary sleeping in Margaret's arms, he felt the deep contentment that comes from knowing your place in the world and fulfilling your responsibilities to those you love. The village healer, old Merla, knew plants like others knew prayers. Her hut smelled of mint and musty linen, and she spoke more to herbs than to people. When Thomas once bruised his ankle in the pasture, she wrapped it in comfrey, muttering to the leaves as though they could hear. Healing, in her hands, was more ritual than science. The evening meal would be simple. More bread, some cheese, perhaps a bit of bacon, if Margaret had been able to trade for it at the market. But it would taste better for having been earned through honest labor, and it would be shared with people who understood the value of work and the importance of community. Tomorrow would bring another day of plowing, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the field was ready for planting. It was work that required patience and persistence, qualities that the medieval world cultivated in its people out of sheer necessity, and in that patient persistence, in that willingness to do whatever was necessary to ensure the survival of family and community, there was a kind of nobility that our modern world, with all its conveniences and distractions, might do well to remember. In seeds of tomorrow. The plowing continued for 6 more days, each one following the same rhythm of early rising, hard work, and evening rest. By the end of the week, Thomas's strip was completely turned, the dark furrows lying open to the sky like pages in a book waiting to be written. The transformation was remarkable. What had been rough stubble was now a neat expanse of prepared soil, ready to receive the seeds that would become the year's harvest. But plowing was only the beginning. The soil needed to be broken down further, the large clods reduced to a fine tilth that would cradle the seeds and allow young roots to penetrate easily. This was the work of the harrow, a wooden frame set with iron teeth that would be dragged across the plowed ground to break up the clods and smooth the surface. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. The harrow was a simpler implement than the plow, but no less important. Thomas had made his own the previous winter, during the long evenings when outdoor work was impossible. He had selected the wood carefully. Ash for the frame, because it was strong and flexible. Oak for the teeth, because it was hard and durable. The iron points had been forged by Peter the blacksmith, each one shaped to penetrate the soil without becoming clogged with earth. Harrowing required a different set of skills than plowing. where plowing demanded strength and endurance. Harrowing required finesse and timing. The harrow had to be moved at just the right speed. Too fast, and it would skip over the hard clods. Too slow, and it would dig too deeply and disturb the furrows. The driver had to read the soil constantly, adjusting the pace and direction to achieve the best results. Thomas began harrowing on a morning when the air was soft with spring warmth and the hedgerows were beginning to show their first tentative leaves. The work was lighter than plowing, but no less important. As the harrow's teeth broke up the clods and smoothed the surface, the field began to take on the appearance of a garden bed, neat and orderly and ready for planting. The sound of harrowing was different from the sound of plowing. A lighter, more musical note as the iron teeth scratched through the soil. The oxen moved more easily, no longer straining against the heavy resistance of the plow. There was something almost meditative about the work. The steady back-and-forth motion across the field, the gradual transformation of rough earth into a smooth seedbed. As Thomas worked, he thought about the seeds that would soon be planted in this carefully prepared soil. Some were stored in his own cottage, beans and peas that Margaret had saved from the previous year's harvest, carefully dried and stored in clay pots to protect them from mice and moisture. Others would come from the Lord's stores, the wheat and barley that formed the foundation of the village's diet. Even the tools in the shed had stories. The scythe held grooves from his father's hands. The spade had a dent where it struck stone years before. These were not just implements, they were witnesses. The timing of planting was crucial. Too early, and the seeds might rot in cold, wet soil. Too late, and they might not have enough time to mature before the autumn frosts. The decision of when to plant was made collectively, with Master William and the other experienced farmers consulting the signs, the phase of the moon, the behavior of birds, the feel of the soil, the color of the morning sky. "We'll plant the barley next week," Master William announced one evening as the villagers gathered around the well to draw water for their evening meals. "Moon's right, soil's warm enough, and the weather looks settled." This was the moment that every farmer had been working toward since the first furrow was turned. The planting would be a community effort, with everyone contributing labor and expertise to ensure that the seeds were sown properly and at the right time. The night before planting began, Thomas lay awake listening to the sounds of the village settling into sleep. Somewhere in the darkness, a baby was crying, probably the miller's youngest, who had been colicky for weeks. A dog barked once, then fell silent. The wind rustled through the thatch of the roof, carrying the scent of spring flowers and fresh earth. Margaret stirred beside him, her breathing deep and regular. She had spent the evening preparing for tomorrow's work, sorting through the saved seeds, checking them for signs of damage or disease, setting aside the best ones for planting. It was work that required knowledge and skill, the ability to recognize healthy seeds, to understand which varieties would grow best in which conditions, to calculate how much seed would be needed for each field. In the darkness, Thomas could hear little Anne coughing softly in her sleep. The cough had persisted for weeks now, despite Margaret's herbal remedies. It wasn't getting worse, but it wasn't getting better either. And both parents watched their daughter with the constant anxiety that was part of medieval parenthood. Children were precious beyond measure, but they were also fragile, vulnerable to diseases and accidents that could snatch them away without warning. The breeze that drifted over the village fields carried with it not only the scent of earth and hay, but the quiet reminder of seasons long past. In the silence between chores, Thomas would sometimes pause, letting memory and breath settle into the still air. The harvest feast was humble but whole. Breads, root vegetables, and laughter filled the hall more than meat. One year, Thomas recited a blessing, not from Scripture, but from his heart, that every hand that fed another would always find food themselves. Young Edmund slept the deep, untroubled sleep of childhood, occasionally murmuring words that made no sense but somehow conveyed perfect contentment. At 4, he was beginning to understand the rhythms of farm life, the way each season brought its own tasks and challenges. Soon he would be old enough to help with the lighter work, scaring birds from the newly planted fields, gathering eggs from the henhouse, helping his mother in the vegetable garden. Baby Mary made the small sounds that babies make in their dreams, tiny sighs and whispers that spoke of a world beyond adult understanding. She was thriving despite the harsh conditions of medieval life, growing plump and strong on her mother's milk and the porridge that Margaret had begun feeding her. As Thomas lay in the darkness, surrounded by the sounds of his sleeping family, he felt the weight of responsibility that every medieval father carried. These people depended on him completely, for food, for shelter, for protection from the dangers that lurked beyond their cottage door. The work he would do tomorrow, and in all the tomorrows that followed, would determine whether they lived or died, whether they thrived or merely survived. But there was also comfort in that responsibility, a sense of purpose that gave meaning to even the hardest days. This was work that mattered, work that connected him to the fundamental processes of life, work that would outlast his own brief time on earth. The seeds he planted tomorrow would feed his children, and their children, and their children's children, in an unbroken chain stretching into the future. There was a tree beyond the pasture, twisted, half dead, yet blooming each spring with defiance. Thomas had seen boys carve initials into its bark, and girls leave bundles of herbs there. It was not sacred by rule, but by feeling. The pre-dawn darkness was filled with the sounds of the village awakening. Roosters crowed from a dozen different yards, their calls overlapping and echoing off the cottage walls. Somewhere, a cow lowed softly, probably being led to pasture by one of the village boys. The sound of wooden shutters opening and closing marked the beginning of another day. Thomas rose and dressed quickly, his movements automatic after years of practice. The fire had burned low during the night, but the coals were still warm. He added wood and blew gently until the flames caught, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the cottage. The familiar morning routine, checking the fire, drawing water from the well, preparing for the day's work, was both comforting and energizing. Margaret was already moving, her feet finding the floor with practiced ease. She moved to the baby's cradle, lifting Mary and settling her at her breast for the morning feeding. The sight of his wife nursing their child filled Thomas with a contentment that was deeper than happiness, a sense of rightness, of being exactly where he belonged in the great scheme of things. The morning meal was hurried but substantial. Fresh bread, still warm from the oven where Margaret had baked it before dawn. Butter, churned from their cow's milk. Small beer that would provide energy for the long day ahead. As they ate, Thomas explained the day's work to his children, describing how the seeds would be planted and why the timing was so important. "Will the seeds grow right away, Da?" Edmund asked, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Not right away, lad," Thomas replied, ruffling his son's hair. "They need time to think about it first. Then they'll send down roots to drink from the earth, and send up shoots to drink from the sun. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. It was a simple explanation, but it captured something essential about the miracle of growth that would soon transform the bare field into a sea of green. In a world without scientific understanding of photosynthesis and plant biology, people understood growth in terms of metaphor and mystery. But their understanding was no less profound for being unscientific. The walk to the field was different this morning. Instead of carrying plows and harrows, the villagers carried baskets of seed and the simple tools used for planting. Wooden dibbles for making holes in the soil, leather bags for carrying seed, rakes for covering the planted rows. The mood was expectant, almost festive, as if the entire community was preparing for a celebration. And, in a sense, they were. Planting was one of the great rituals of the agricultural year, a ceremony that connected human beings to the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that governed all life. The seeds that would be planted today had been harvested from plants that had grown from seeds planted the year before, which had grown from seeds planted the year before that, in an unbroken chain stretching back to the beginning of agriculture itself. Master William stood at the edge of the field, his weathered hands holding a small bag of barley seed. At 73, he had overseen more plantings than anyone could count, but his face still showed the excitement and anxiety that marked this crucial moment in the farming year. "The soil's perfect," he announced, crumbling a handful of earth between his fingers. "Not too wet, not too dry. Warm enough for the seeds to sprout, but not so warm they'll dry out. We'll start with the barley, then move to the oats, then finish with the peas and beans." The planting began with a ritual that was older than Christianity, older than the Roman occupation, older perhaps than written history itself. Master William took a handful of seed from his bag and scattered it across the first furrow, speaking words that had been passed down from father to son for generations. "Earth that gives us life, accept these seeds. Sun that warms the world, help them grow. Rain that feeds the land, give them drink. May this planting bring abundance to our tables and security to our homes." It was a prayer, a blessing, a statement of hope and faith in the face of an uncertain future. Then the real work began. Each night ended not in silence, but in hush, a subtle distinction. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness. The kind that wraps around the bones and whispers, "You are safe. You are home." The planting method was simple but effective. One person would walk along the furrow, using a dibble to make holes in the soil at regular intervals. Another would follow, dropping seeds into each hole. A third would cover the seeds with soil, using a rake or simply their feet to ensure that each seed was properly buried. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like a memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. Thomas remembered how his father's hands felt, rough, warm, always steady. He carried that memory like a stone in his pocket, invisible but grounding. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. Thomas worked with Margaret and young Edmund, the three of them moving in synchronized rhythm along the furrows. Thomas made the holes, his dibble penetrating the soft soil to exactly the right depth. Too shallow, and the seeds might dry out. Too deep, and they might not have enough energy to reach the surface. Margaret followed, dropping 2 or 3 seeds into each hole with the precision of long practice. Edmund came behind, carefully covering each hole with soil, his small hands patting the earth gently into place. The work was methodical, almost hypnotic. Step, dibble, drop, cover. Step, dibble, drop, cover. The rhythm was broken only by occasional conversations, comments about the quality of the soil, observations about the weather, gentle corrections when someone's spacing was off. As the morning progressed, the field began to show the signs of human intention. The random pattern of furrows was overlaid with the regular spacing of planted rows, each one marked by the slightly disturbed soil where seeds lay waiting for the miracle of germination. It was invisible work in many ways. The seeds were buried, the results would not be apparent for weeks. But it was also the most important work of the year. By midday, nearly half the field had been planted. The workers gathered in the shade of the stone wall for their meal, their hands dirty from the morning's work, their faces showing the satisfaction that comes from a job well begun. The conversation was animated, filled with speculation about the weather, comparisons with previous years, hopes for a good harvest. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. Remember the year of the great drought, Geoffrey the miller was saying, referring to a summer 7 years past when the rains had failed and the crops had withered in the fields. Lost half the barley crop, and what we saved was barely fit for animal feed. Aye, but remember the year after? Replied Simon the shepherd. Rain came just when we needed it, and the harvest was so good we had grain left over to sell at market. These stories were part of the collective memory of the community, shared experiences that bound the villagers together and provided context for the current year's work. Each planting was both unique and part of a larger pattern, a single note in the long song of agricultural life. The afternoon brought different challenges. The sun was warmer now, and the workers had to be careful not to let the seeds dry out before they were covered. The soil was beginning to crust slightly on the surface, requiring more care in making the planting holes. But the work continued steadily, each row bringing the community closer to the completion of this crucial task. As Thomas worked, he found his mind drifting to thoughts of the future. If the weather cooperated, if the seeds were good, if no disasters struck, this field would provide food for his family through the coming winter. The barley would be ground into flour for bread and brewing. The oats would feed the oxen that pulled the plow. The peas and beans would add protein to the family's diet and nitrogen to the soil. But there were so many variables, so many things that could go wrong. Too much rain could rot the seeds in the ground. Too little rain could leave them stunted and weak. Insects could devour the young plants. Disease could spread through the crop like wildfire. Raiders could destroy the fields just before harvest. The list of potential disasters was long and terrifying. Yet the work continued, because it had to continue. This was the bargain that human beings had made with the earth thousands of years ago. We would plant and tend and harvest, and in return, the earth would sustain us. It was a bargain that required faith, courage, and an almost superhuman persistence in the face of uncertainty. As the sun began to sink toward the western horizon, the last of the seeds were planted and covered. The field that had been bare furrows in the morning was now a planted field, though the casual observer would see little difference. The real changes were invisible, buried in the soil, waiting for the right combination of warmth and moisture to begin the ancient miracle of growth. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like a memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. Master William walked slowly across the completed field, his experienced eyes checking the spacing of the rows, the depth of the planting, the quality of the soil coverage. His face showed satisfaction. This had been a good day's work, done properly and at the right time. The harvest feast was humble but whole. Breads, root vegetables, and laughter filled the hall more than meat. One year, Thomas recited a blessing, not from Scripture, but from his heart, that every hand that fed another would always find food themselves. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. "Well planted," he announced, his voice carrying across the field to where the workers were gathering their tools. "If the weather holds, we should see the first shoots in 10 days or so." The walk back to the village was quiet, the workers tired but satisfied. They had completed one of the most important tasks of the year and done it well. Now came the waiting, the daily watching of the field for the first signs of green, the constant prayers for favorable weather. As Thomas walked beside his family, little Edmund chattering about the seeds and when they would grow, Anne walking quietly beside her mother, baby Mary sleeping in Margaret's arms, he felt the deep satisfaction that comes from having done necessary work well. Tomorrow would bring other tasks. There were always other tasks, but today had been devoted to the future, to the hope that sustained all agricultural communities. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The evening meal was a celebration of sorts, though a quiet one. The bread tasted better for having been earned through honest labor. The small beer seemed more refreshing after a day spent working in the sun. The simple pleasure of sitting around the fire with his family, sharing the day's experiences and planning for tomorrow, was worth more than all the gold in the king's treasury. And as the family settled into sleep, the planted field lay quiet under the stars, holding its buried treasure of seeds and dreams, waiting for the sun and rain that would transform potential into abundance, hope into harvest, the work of human hands into the sustenance of human life. In that waiting, in that faith in the unseen processes of growth and change, there was something profound about the human condition. Our willingness to work for rewards we cannot immediately see, our faith in the future, our commitment to the welfare of those who will come after us. Margaret's laughter, when it came, was not loud. It was like the chime of a wooden spoon against a clay bowl, modest, unexpected, and deeply comforting. Children would chase after shadows at sunset, pretending to be knights or wandering minstrels. Their joy echoed off the stone and softened the hard corners of each passing day. The tender shoots of hope. 10 days passed with the slow deliberation that marked all medieval time. Each morning, Thomas would walk to the edge of the field and scan the dark soil for any sign of green. Each evening, he would return home with the same report. Not yet, but soon. The weather had been perfect for germination. Warm days and cool nights, with just enough moisture from brief spring showers to keep the soil damp, but not waterlogged. Master William nodded approvingly when Thomas reported the conditions, his weathered face showing the satisfaction of a man who had read the signs correctly. On the 11th day, as Thomas made his morning inspection, he saw it, a tiny green shoot, no bigger than a needle, pushing through the dark earth. Then another, and another. The field was beginning to wake up, the buried seeds responding to the ancient call of sun and soil. "Margaret," he called, as he burst through the cottage door, his face bright with excitement. "They're coming up. The barley's coming up." The whole family rushed to the field to see the miracle for themselves. Little Edmund danced with excitement, pointing at each tiny shoot as if he had personally coaxed it from the earth. Anne smiled, her pale face brightening with the first real joy she had shown since her cough began. Even baby Mary seemed to sense the importance of the moment, gurgling contentedly in her mother's arms. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. Within a week, the field was transformed. What had been bare earth was now covered with a faint green haze, thousands of tiny plants reaching toward the sun. The sight was beautiful beyond description. Not the dramatic beauty of a sunset or a storm, but the quiet, persistent beauty of life, asserting itself against all odds. Old Elric, the village beekeeper, told Thomas that bees never forget the path home. Thomas often wondered if people did. His heart had wandered far in dreams, but always settled where the hearth crackled and Margaret hummed. But with the emergence of the crop came new responsibilities and new anxieties. The young plants were vulnerable to countless threats. Birds that would eat the tender shoots, insects that would devour the leaves, weeds that would compete for nutrients and sunlight. The next few weeks would be crucial in determining whether the promising beginning would lead to a successful harvest. Spring rains returned life to the village in waves. First the buds, then the insects, then the chorus of frogs by the ditch. Thomas marked time not by dates, but by sounds. The first crow of the rooster, the splash of boots in thawed mud, the soft knock of seed against wood. The first task was bird scaring, a job that fell primarily to the village children. Armed with wooden clappers, tin pots, and their own voices, they would patrol the fields from dawn to dusk, making enough noise to keep the crows and pigeons from settling on the tender shoots. It was work that required constant vigilance but little skill, perfect for children too young for heavier tasks. Edmund was thrilled to be given his own clapper and assigned a section of the field to protect. He took his responsibility seriously, marching back and forth along his assigned rows, banging his clapper enthusiastically whenever he spotted a bird anywhere in the vicinity. His enthusiasm sometimes exceeded his judgment. He would scare birds that were nowhere near the crops, and occasionally he would become so absorbed in his noise-making that he would forget to watch for actual threats. But the other children helped him learn, and gradually he developed the skills needed for effective bird scaring. He learned to distinguish between birds that posed a real threat and those that were merely passing through. He learned to time his interventions for maximum effect, waiting until the birds had committed to landing before making his noise. Most importantly, he learned to work as part of a team, coordinating his efforts with the other children to provide comprehensive coverage of the field. Anne, despite her lingering cough, also took part in the bird scaring. Her approach was different from her brother's. Quieter, more observant, more strategic. She would position herself where she could see large sections of the field, watching patiently for signs of trouble, then moving quickly to address specific threats. Her cough actually helped in some ways, as the harsh sound was particularly effective at startling birds. The bird scaring continued for 3 weeks, until the plants were large enough and tough enough to withstand some bird damage without serious harm. During this time, the children developed a deep familiarity with the field, learning to recognize individual plants, to spot the first signs of insect damage, to identify the weeds that would need to be removed. Weeding was the next major task, and it was work that required the entire family. Weeds were more than just unsightly. They were competitors that would steal nutrients, water, and sunlight from the crop. Left unchecked, they could reduce the harvest by half or more, but removing them required careful judgment, as it was easy to damage the crop plants while trying to eliminate the weeds. The work began at dawn, when the dew made it easier to distinguish between crop plants and weeds. Thomas and Margaret worked together, moving slowly along the rows, examining each plant carefully before deciding whether to remove it. The children helped by carrying away the pulled weeds and by learning to recognize the different types of plants they would encounter. "See this one?" Margaret said to Anne, pointing to a small plant growing between 2 barley shoots. "That's chickweed. It looks harmless, but it spreads fast and steals water from the barley. It has to go." Anne nodded seriously, filing away another piece of agricultural knowledge that would serve her well in the years to come. The education of a medieval child was largely practical, focused on the skills needed for survival and success in their particular environment. Anne was learning to be a farmer's wife, just as Edmund was learning to be a farmer. The weeding was tedious work, requiring hours of bent-over labor under the increasingly warm spring sun. Thomas's back ached constantly, and his hands were stained green from handling the pulled weeds. But it was necessary work, and he approached it with the same patient persistence that characterized all his agricultural activities. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. As the days passed, the crop continued to grow and strengthen. The barley plants developed their characteristic broad leaves and began to tiller, sending up additional shoots from their base. The oats grew taller and more upright, their narrow leaves rustling in the spring breeze. The peas and beans climbed their support stakes, their tendrils reaching out to grasp anything that would help them reach toward the sun. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul. The transformation of the field was remarkable. What had been bare earth just weeks before was now a thriving ecosystem, home to countless insects, birds, and small mammals. Bees hummed among the flowering peas, collecting nectar and inadvertently pollinating the plants. Spiders spun webs between the barley stalks, catching the flies and other pests that might otherwise damage the crop. Field mice scurried through the undergrowth, eating weed seeds and insect larvae. Thomas often paused in his work to observe this complex web of life that had sprung up around his planted seeds. There was something deeply satisfying about seeing the field come alive. about knowing that his work had created the conditions for this explosion of growth and activity. It was a reminder that farming was not just about producing food, but about participating in the great cycle of life that sustained all living things. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. Work in the fields was not just toil, it was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. The spring rains came at exactly the right time, gentle, soaking showers that penetrated deep into the soil without washing away the young plants. Thomas would stand in his doorway during these rains, watching the water fall on his field, calculating how much moisture the soil was receiving and how long it would last. Too much rain could be as damaging as too little, causing the plants to grow too quickly and become weak and spindly. But the rains were perfect, enough to keep the plants growing vigorously, but not so much as to cause problems. Master William pronounced himself satisfied with the weather, a judgment that carried great weight in the village. His ability to predict weather patterns was legendary, based on a lifetime of careful observation and an intuitive understanding of natural cycles. As May progressed into June, the crop began to show its true potential. The barley was knee-high and growing stronger every day. The oats were even taller, their seed heads beginning to form. The peas and beans were flowering prolifically, promising a good harvest of both food and nitrogen-fixing benefits for the soil. On cold mornings, Margaret's tea steamed like hope itself. She would hand Thomas a wooden cup and rest her hand on his chest a moment longer than needed. That quiet pause, in a day often full of motion, stayed with him far longer than the warmth of the drink. But with success came new anxieties. The crop was now valuable enough to attract the attention of thieves and raiders. Stories circulated of neighboring villages that had lost entire fields to bands of desperate men who would steal anything they could carry and destroy what they couldn't. Thomas began to sleep more lightly, listening for any unusual sounds that might indicate trouble. The village organized watches, with the men taking turns patrolling the fields at night. It was unpaid work, added to the already heavy burden of daily labor, but it was necessary. A successful harvest required not just good farming, but also vigilant protection of the growing crop. Thomas's turn came on a warm June night when the moon was nearly full. He walked slowly around the perimeter of the field, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, his ears alert for sounds that didn't belong. The night was alive with the normal sounds of a rural summer. Owls calling from the woods, mice rustling in the hedgerows, the distant lowing of cattle in their pasture. But there was also something else, something that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, a sound that might have been footsteps, or might have been the wind in the trees, a shadow that might have been a man, or might have been a bush swaying in the breeze. Thomas gripped his staff more tightly and moved toward the sound, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The shadow resolved itself into a deer, a young doe that had wandered into the field to graze on the tender crop plants. She looked up at Thomas's approach, her large eyes reflecting the moonlight, then bounded away into the darkness with the effortless grace that marked all wild creatures. Thomas laughed softly at his own nervousness, but he also made a mental note to check for deer damage in the morning. The night watch continued until dawn, when Thomas was relieved by Geoffrey's eldest son. He walked home through the quiet village, past the cottages where his neighbors were beginning to stir, past the church where the bell would soon ring for morning prayers, past the manor house where the lord and his family slept in comfort and security. The cottage was warm and welcoming after the cool night air. Margaret was already up, tending the fire and preparing the morning meal. The children were still asleep, but they would wake soon, and the day's work would begin. There was always work to be done: weeding, watering, watching for signs of disease or pest damage, preparing for the harvest that was still months away. But as Thomas sat down to his breakfast of bread and small beer, surrounded by his family in their humble cottage, he felt the deep satisfaction that comes from knowing that you are doing necessary work well. The crop was growing strong and healthy. The weather had been favorable. The community was working together to protect what they had built. There would be challenges ahead. There were always challenges. But for now, in this moment of quiet contentment, Thomas could look out at his field and see the green shoots of hope reaching toward the sun, carrying within them the promise of another year's survival, another harvest, another chance to provide for the people he loved. And in that promise, in that faith in the future that sustained all agricultural communities, there was something profound about the human spirit. Our willingness to work for rewards we cannot immediately see. Our commitment to the welfare of those who depend on us. Our participation in the eternal cycle of growth and harvest that connects us to the deepest rhythms of life itself. The summer's vigil. June melted into July with the slow, honey-thick progression of high summer. The days grew longer and warmer, the sun rising before 4 in the morning and not setting until nearly 9 at night. For Thomas and his fellow farmers, these were the longest working days of the year, but also some of the most rewarding, as they watched their crops mature and strengthen under the benevolent summer sun. The barley had grown waist-high, its broad leaves rustling in the warm breeze, its developing grain heads beginning to show the promise of harvest. The oats towered even higher, their delicate seed heads dancing in the slightest wind. The peas and beans had climbed their stakes and were heavy with pods, some already plump enough to harvest for the family table. But summer also brought new challenges. The warm, humid weather that encouraged crop growth also favored the development of plant diseases. Rust, a fungal infection that could devastate grain crops, was always a threat during the summer months. Thomas inspected his plants daily, looking for the telltale orange spots that would signal the beginning of an outbreak. Old Elric, the village beekeeper, told Thomas that bees never forget the path home. Thomas often wondered if people did. His heart had wandered far in dreams, but always settled where the hearth crackled and Margaret hummed. Snow came early one year, and the rooftops disappeared into white silence. That was the winter Thomas learned the warmth of a shared blanket could carry more hope than a blazing hearth. Thomas remembered how his father's hands felt: rough, warm, always steady. He carried that memory like a stone in his pocket, invisible but grounding. The inspection was meticulous work, requiring him to examine individual plants closely, looking not just for signs of disease but also for insect damage, nutrient deficiencies, and other problems that could reduce the harvest. He had learned to read the subtle signs that plants gave when they were stressed. The slight yellowing of leaves that indicated nitrogen deficiency, the curling edges that suggested water stress, the small holes that marked insect feeding. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. "Look at this one," he said to Edmund one morning, pointing to a barley plant whose lower leaves were showing yellow spots. "See how the color's not quite right? That could be the start of rust, or it could just be the plant getting old. We'll need to watch it carefully." Each night ended not in silence, but in hush, a subtle distinction. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness, the kind that wraps around the bones and whispers, "You are safe. You are home." Edmund nodded seriously, his 4-year-old mind absorbing another lesson in the complex art of farming. He was too young to understand the scientific principles involved, but he was learning to see what his father saw, to notice the small details that could make the difference between success and failure. The summer heat also brought the constant threat of drought. While the spring rains had been perfect, July was typically a dry month, and the crops needed regular moisture to reach their full potential. Thomas watched the sky constantly, looking for signs of rain, calculating how long the soil moisture would last, planning what to do if the rains failed to come. Water management was one of the most critical skills a medieval farmer could possess. The village had access to a small stream that ran along the eastern edge of the fields, but it was too far away to provide irrigation for most of the crops. Instead, the farmers relied on careful soil management to conserve whatever moisture was available. The weeds that Thomas had so carefully removed earlier in the season would have competed with the crops for the limited water supply. The mulch of pulled weeds and crop residue that he had left between the rows helped to reduce evaporation and keep the soil moist. The deep plowing of the previous spring had created a reservoir of moisture in the subsoil that the crop roots could tap when the surface soil dried out. But despite all these precautions, the crops still needed rain, and as July progressed with only a few brief showers, Thomas began to worry. The barley leaves were beginning to curl slightly during the hottest part of the day, a sign that the plants were starting to experience water stress. The oats were still growing, but more slowly than they should have been. The peas and beans were producing pods, but they were smaller than in years with adequate rainfall. The entire village was feeling the effects of the dry weather. Wells that normally ran clear were beginning to show signs of dropping water levels. The stream that powered the mill was running lower than usual, forcing Geoffrey to ration the grinding of grain. Gardens that should have been lush and productive were showing signs of stress, with vegetables growing more slowly and producing smaller yields. But the medieval farming community had learned to cope with such challenges through centuries of experience. Water was conserved wherever possible, with families sharing wells and carefully managing their domestic water use. Priority was given to the most essential crops, with less important plants allowed to suffer if necessary, and everyone watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on the weather. The prayers in the village church took on a new urgency during this dry period. Father Benedict, the village priest, led special services asking for rain, and the congregation responded with a fervor born of genuine need. In a world where the line between survival and starvation was often determined by the weather, prayer was not just a spiritual exercise but a practical necessity. Thomas found himself spending more time in the fields during the early morning and evening hours, when the cooler temperatures made it easier to assess the condition of his crops. He would walk slowly along the rows, his experienced eyes checking each plant, his hands feeling the soil to gauge its moisture content, his mind calculating how long the crops could survive without rain. The social fabric of the village also adapted to the stress of the dry weather. Neighbors who might normally compete for resources instead began to cooperate more closely, sharing information about which wells still had water, which crops were showing the most stress, which techniques seemed to be working best for conserving moisture. Margaret proved particularly valuable during this period, as her knowledge of herbs and plants extended beyond the purely agricultural. She knew which wild plants could be harvested to supplement the family's diet if the crops failed, which herbs could be used to treat the stress-related illnesses that often accompanied difficult growing seasons, which techniques could be used to preserve food with minimal water use. "The plantain by the stream is still green," she reported one evening, referring to a wild plant that could be cooked like spinach. "And the elderberries are starting to ripen early, probably because of the heat. We should gather them soon, before the birds get them all." The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. This kind of knowledge was passed down from mother to daughter, grandmother to granddaughter, in an unbroken chain of practical wisdom that had sustained rural communities for generations. It was knowledge that couldn't be found in books, because it was specific to particular places and particular conditions, refined by years of trial and error and careful observation. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons and how each one layered stories atop the last. As July moved toward August, the situation became more critical. The barley was beginning to show serious signs of stress, with some plants actually beginning to wilt during the hottest part of the day. The oats were still growing, but their grain heads were smaller than they should have been. The peas and beans were surviving, but their production was well below normal. Then, on the last day of July, the weather began to change. Thomas noticed it first in the behavior of the animals, the cattle seeking shade earlier in the day, the birds flying lower and more erratically, the insects becoming more active despite the heat. These were signs that he had learned to read over years of careful observation, indicators that the weather patterns were shifting. The clouds began to build during the afternoon, starting as small white puffs on the western horizon and gradually growing larger and darker as the day progressed. By evening, they had formed into the towering thunderheads that promised serious rain. The air grew heavy and still, charged with the electricity that precedes a major storm. Thomas stood in his doorway as the first drops began to fall. Large, warm drops that struck the dusty earth with tiny puffs of dust. The smell of rain on dry soil, petrichor, though he didn't know the word, filled the air with its distinctive earthy fragrance. It was one of the most beautiful smells in the world to a farmer who had been watching his crops suffer from drought. Children's footsteps in the mud left little trails that vanished with the rain, just as their voices lingered in the air long after play had ended. These were the things Thomas believed truly built the village. Spring rains returned life to the village in waves. First, the buds, then the insects, then the chorus of frogs by the ditch. Thomas marked time not by dates, but by sounds. The first crow of the rooster, the splash of boots in thawed mud, the soft knock of seed against wood. The rain began gently, then increased in intensity as the storm moved overhead. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cottage. But Thomas wasn't afraid. This was the kind of storm that brought life, not destruction. The rain was heavy, but not violent, soaking into the thirsty soil rather than running off in destructive floods. The storm continued through the night, a steady, soaking rain that penetrated deep into the earth and recharged the moisture reserves that the crops needed. Thomas slept better than he had in weeks, lulled by the sound of rain on the thatch roof and the knowledge that his crops were finally getting the water they desperately needed. Morning revealed a transformed landscape. The dust that had covered everything for weeks was washed away, leaving the world looking fresh and clean. The crops, which had been showing signs of serious stress just the day before, already looked more vigorous. The barley leaves were no longer curled, the oats stood straighter, and the peas and beans seemed to have grown visibly overnight. The rain continued intermittently for 3 days. Not the violent downpours that could damage crops, but the gentle, soaking rains that farmers prayed for. By the time the weather cleared, the entire growing region had received enough moisture to carry the crops through to harvest, assuming normal weather patterns for the rest of the season. The transformation in the village was remarkable. People who had been tense and worried for weeks were suddenly relaxed and optimistic. Conversations that had focused on contingency plans and worst-case scenarios now turned to harvest preparations and market prices. Children who had been subdued by their parents' anxiety were once again playing and laughing in the streets. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. Thomas walked through his field on the morning after the last rain, marveling at the resilience of the plants that had survived the drought and were now responding so vigorously to the return of adequate moisture. The barley was already showing new growth, with fresh green shoots emerging from the base of plants that had seemed nearly dead just days before. The oats were standing tall and proud, their grain heads filling out with the promise of a good harvest. But perhaps most remarkable was the change in the peas and beans. These plants, which had been struggling to produce even small pods during the drought, were suddenly bursting with new growth. Fresh flowers were appearing daily, and the existing pods were swelling with developing seeds. It was as if the plants had been waiting for this moment to fulfill their genetic destiny. In the late hours of quiet evenings, when the village fires burned low and only embers glowed beneath the ash, Thomas would think of the turning seasons and how each one layered stories atop the last. The lesson was not lost on Thomas or his fellow farmers. This was why they planted diverse crops, why they prepared their soil so carefully, why they watched the weather so intently. Farming was always a gamble, a bet placed against an uncertain future, but it was a gamble that could be won through skill, preparation, and the kind of patient persistence that characterized the best farmers. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. As August began, the crops entered their final phase of growth. The grain heads were filling out, the pods were swelling with seeds, and the first hints of the golden color that would mark harvest time were beginning to appear. The most dangerous period was over, barring some catastrophic weather event or pest outbreak. The harvest was now virtually assured. But Thomas knew better than to relax completely. There were still weeks of vigilant watching ahead, still the constant need to monitor for diseases, pests, and weather problems. And beyond that lay the harvest itself, the most critical time of the entire farming year, when all the work of the past months would be tested against the reality of what the earth had actually produced. Still, as he stood in his field on that first morning of August, watching the sun rise over crops that were strong and healthy and full of promise, Thomas felt the deep satisfaction that comes from having successfully navigated one of farming's greatest challenges. The drought had tested his skills, his knowledge, and his patience. But he had met the test and emerged victorious. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. And in that victory, small though it might seem in the grand scheme of things, there was something profound about the human relationship with the natural world, our ability to work with natural forces rather than against them, to read the subtle signs that nature provides, to persist through difficulties and emerge stronger on the other side. The summer's vigil was nearly over. Soon would come the harvest, and with it, the reward for all the months of careful work and patient watching. But for now, in this moment of quiet triumph, Thomas could stand in his field and know that he had done his job well, that his family would be fed, that the ancient contract between human beings and the earth had been honored once again, the golden promise. He would sometimes find a feather on the path, white, curved, delicate, to others meaningless. But to Thomas it was a soft sign that life, in all its harshness, still held grace. August brought with it the peculiar intensity that marks the final weeks before harvest. The air itself seemed to thicken with anticipation, heavy with the scent of ripening grain and the knowledge that all the year's work was about to be tested. Thomas found himself walking to the fields earlier each morning, drawn by an almost magnetic pull to check on his crops, to measure their progress toward the golden maturity that would signal harvest time. During planting season, the days stretched long and aching. The sun rose early, often before the dew had finished kissing the tips of the wheat, and did not set until backs had bent 1,000 times. Thomas moved in rhythm with the land, his motions less about strength and more about memory, passed down not by books, but by the way his father once moved beside him. The barley was the first to show signs of approaching readiness. The grain heads, which had been green and soft just weeks before, were beginning to take on the pale yellow color that would deepen to gold as the kernels hardened. Thomas would run his thumbnail along the developing grains, feeling for the firmness that would indicate they were ready for cutting. Not yet, he would murmur to himself, feeling the slight give in the grain that meant another week or two of ripening was needed. But soon. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable to eyes trained by years of experience. Each day brought small changes, a deepening of color here, a slight stiffening of the stalks there, the gradual shift from the vibrant green of growing plants to the mellow gold of mature grain. It was like watching a slow-motion miracle, the culmination of months of careful tending and patient hope. Edmund had become Thomas's constant companion during these morning inspections. His 4-year-old curiosity perfectly matched to the wonder of watching crops ripen. He would pepper his father with questions. Why did the barley change color? How did Thomas know when it was ready? What would happen if they cut it too early or too late? At night, with the stars distant and cold above, Thomas would sometimes wonder if life had always moved like this, steady, humble, and full of meaning found in quiet places. See how the grain feels different now, Thomas would say, placing a developing kernel in his son's small palm. It's getting harder, like a little stone. When it's hard all the way through and the color is just right, then we'll know it's time. These lessons were more than just agricultural education. They were the passing down of a way of life, the transmission of knowledge that had sustained families for generations. Edmund was learning to read the subtle signs that separated successful farmers from those who struggled. The accumulated wisdom that couldn't be found in any book but had to be learned through direct experience and careful observation. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played but remembered. Simple notes, drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. Work in the fields was not just toil. It was rhythm, like breathing. Each step, each turn of the soil was part of a dance older than names. Thomas often paused to feel the texture of the earth between his fingers, as if the land itself were speaking to him. Margaret, too, was preparing for harvest in her own way. The successful completion of the grain harvest would mean food security for the family, but it would also mean an enormous amount of additional work. The grain would need to be threshed to separate the kernels from the stalks, winnowed to remove the chaff, and then stored carefully to prevent spoilage through the long winter months. Some nights he dreamed of music, not played, but remembered. Simple notes, drifting like candlelight across stone walls. Perhaps his mother sang them once. Perhaps he invented them to feel less alone. She had spent the past weeks checking and repairing the storage containers that would hold the family's grain supply. Large clay pots sealed with beeswax, wooden chests lined with aromatic herbs to deter insects, leather bags that could be hung from the rafters to keep them away from mice. Each container had to be perfectly clean and dry, because even a small amount of moisture could cause the entire contents to spoil. The village was buzzing with harvest preparations. Master William had called a meeting of all the farmers to coordinate the timing of the cutting. In a community where labor was shared and equipment was limited, it was essential that everyone work together to ensure that all the crops were harvested at the optimal time. "The barley will be ready first," he announced, his weathered face serious with the weight of responsibility. "Probably the 3rd week of August, if the weather holds. Then the oats, maybe a week later. The peas and beans we can take as they ripen. No need to wait for everything at once." The timing was critical. Cut too early, and the grain would be soft and prone to spoilage. Cut too late, and the kernels might shatter and fall to the ground, lost forever. There was a window of perhaps a week when conditions were perfect, and missing that window could mean the difference between abundance and hunger. The weather, as always, was the great unknown. A sudden storm could flatten the standing grain, making it difficult or impossible to harvest. Too much rain could delay the cutting and cause the grain to sprout in the field. Too much heat could cause the kernels to shatter prematurely. The farmers watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on forces beyond their control. But the weather seemed to be cooperating. The days were warm and sunny, with just enough breeze to keep the air moving and prevent the oppressive humidity that could encourage fungal diseases. The nights were cool, which helped to concentrate the sugars in the developing grain and produce the best possible quality. On rare mornings when mist blanketed the fields, the entire world seemed slower, as though holding its breath. Thomas would often linger longer on such days, grateful for the pause. As the 3rd week of August approached, the excitement in the village became almost palpable. Children who normally played freely in the streets were pressed into service, helping their parents prepare for harvest. Tools were sharpened and repaired. storage areas were cleaned and organized, and everyone began to adjust their daily routines to accommodate the intensive work that lay ahead. Thomas spent an entire day sharpening his sickle, the curved blade that would be his primary tool for cutting grain. The blade had to be razor sharp to cut cleanly through the tough stalks without crushing the grain heads. He worked the whetstone along the edge with practiced strokes, testing the sharpness frequently by carefully drawing the blade across a piece of straw. There was one tree, tall and bent at the edge of the barley field, that Thomas visited each midsummer. No one marked it as holy, but it felt that way. He would press a hand to its bark and close his eyes. In that silence, the weight of all he carried seemed to lessen. The sickle was more than just a tool. It was a symbol of the harvest, an implement that connected Thomas to countless generations of farmers who had used similar blades to gather their crops. The handle was worn smooth by his father's hands and his grandfather's before him, polished to a deep patina that spoke of years of faithful service. Margaret was making her own preparations, organizing the household to support the intensive work of harvest. She had brewed extra beer, knowing that the harvest workers would need plenty of liquid refreshment during the long, hot days ahead. She had baked additional bread and prepared preserved foods that could be eaten quickly without taking time away from the crucial work of gathering the grain. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. The children, too, had their roles to play. Edmund would help by carrying water to the workers and gathering the grain that was cut but not yet bundled. Anne, despite her lingering cough, would help with the lighter tasks, tying the cut grain into sheaves, watching for dropped kernels that could be salvaged, helping to load the harvest wagons. Even baby Mary would be part of the harvest, carried in a sling on her mother's back as Margaret moved between the fields and the cottage, coordinating the complex logistics of feeding and supporting the harvest crew. In a medieval farming community, everyone contributed according to their abilities, and even the youngest children had important roles to play. On the morning of August 20th, Master William made his final inspection of the barley crop. He walked slowly through the field, his experienced hands testing grain heads, his eyes evaluating the color and condition of the stalks. The entire village seemed to hold its breath as they waited for his verdict. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts, small mercies against the dark. "Tomorrow," he announced finally. "We start cutting tomorrow at first light." There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. The word spread through the village like wildfire. Tomorrow would begin the harvest, the culmination of all the year's work, the moment when hope would be transformed into reality. Families spent the evening in final preparations, checking tools one last time, organizing work crews, making sure that everything was ready for the intensive effort that lay ahead. Thomas lay awake that night, listening to the sounds of the village settling into an uneasy sleep. Somewhere in the darkness, a baby was crying, probably the blacksmith's youngest, who had been teething for weeks. A dog barked once, then fell silent. The wind rustled through the grain heads in the field, making a sound like whispered prayers. Even the tools in the shed had stories. The scythe held grooves from his father's hands, The spade had a dent where it struck stone years before. These were not just implements, they were witnesses. Some mornings were so still that even the birds delayed their songs. On such days, Thomas moved more slowly, as if caught in a soft space between sleep and waking, a space where the world felt ancient and gentle. Margaret stirred beside him, her breathing deep and regular, but somehow different, as if even in sleep she was preparing for the challenges ahead. The children slept soundly, exhausted by the excitement and anticipation of the day, but Thomas found sleep elusive, his mind racing through all the things that could go wrong, all the preparations that might have been overlooked, all the variables that could affect the success of the harvest. But gradually, the familiar sounds of the night worked their magic, the soft breathing of his family, the gentle creaking of the cottage timbers, the distant sound of the stream that ran along the edge of the village. These sounds spoke of continuity, of the eternal rhythms that had sustained human communities for thousands of years. And in that continuity, Thomas found peace. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own rewards and disappointments, but tonight his family was safe, his crops were ready, and he had done everything in his power to prepare for the crucial days ahead. The rest was in the hands of forces larger than himself. The weather, the soil, the mysterious processes that transformed seed into sustenance. As sleep finally claimed him, Thomas's last conscious thought was of the golden field that waited in the darkness, heavy with grain, ready to yield up its treasure to the hands that had tended it so carefully through the long growing season. Tomorrow would be the test of everything he had learned, everything he had worked for, everything he hoped to pass on to his children. The harvest was about to begin, and in that beginning, in that moment when potential would become reality, there was something profound about the human relationship with the natural world. Our ability to work patiently toward distant goals, to trust in processes we don't fully understand, to find meaning and purpose in the ancient cycle of planting and harvest that connects us to the deepest rhythms of life itself. The golden promise of the grain was about to be fulfilled, and with it, the promise that human skill and determination, working in harmony with the forces of nature, could create abundance from the simplest of beginnings, a handful of seeds, a plot of earth, and the patient faith that tomorrow would bring its own rewards. Each night ended not in silence, but in hush, a subtle distinction. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness, the kind that wraps around the bones and whispers, "You are safe, you are home," the harvest moon. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. Dawn came early on August 21st, painting the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed to mirror the color of the ripening grain. Thomas was already awake, had been awake for an hour, listening to the sounds of the village stirring to life. Today was harvest day, the culmination of all the year's work, and the entire community would be mobilized for the crucial task of gathering the grain before weather, or time could steal away their precious crop. The air was cool and still, perfect conditions for cutting grain. Too much wind would make the stalks sway and dance, making clean cuts difficult. Too much heat would make the work exhausting and could cause the grain heads to shatter prematurely. But this morning was ideal. Cool enough for comfort, still enough for precision, with the promise of warmth as the sun climbed higher. Old Elric, the village beekeeper, told Thomas that bees never forget the path home. Thomas often wondered if people did. His heart had wandered far in dreams, but always settled where the hearth crackled and Margaret hummed. Thomas dressed quickly in his oldest clothes, garments that could be stained with grain dust and plant juices without concern. His hands found the familiar weight of his sickle, the blade gleaming with the sharpness of careful preparation. This tool would be his constant companion for the next several days, an extension of his arm and his will as he worked to gather the harvest that would sustain his family through the coming winter. Margaret was already moving through the cottage, her movements efficient and purposeful. She had risen even earlier than Thomas, preparing the food and drink that would sustain the harvest workers through the long day ahead. The smell of fresh bread filled the air, mingling with the aroma of small beer and the herbs she had added to the morning pottage. The children were stirring, sensing the excitement and urgency that filled the cottage. Edmund sat up in his sleeping alcove, his hair tousled and his eyes bright with anticipation. At 4, he was old enough to understand that today was special, that the work they would do would determine whether the family ate well or poorly in the months to come. "Is it harvest day, Da?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep but vibrating with excitement. "Aye, lad," Thomas replied, ruffling his son's hair. "Today we gather what we've sown. Today we see if all our work has paid off." Anne was already up and dressed, her pale face showing more animation than it had in weeks. Her cough had finally begun to subside, and she was eager to play her part in the family's most important work. At 7, she was old enough to help with many of the lighter tasks, and she took her responsibilities seriously. The family ate quickly, fueling their bodies for the intensive work ahead. The bread was dense and nourishing, made from last year's grain and soon to be replaced by this year's harvest. The small beer provided energy and hydration, safer than water, and more sustaining than any other beverage available to medieval peasants. As they prepared to leave the cottage, Thomas took a moment to look around at their humble home. If the harvest went well, they would return tonight tired but triumphant, secure in the knowledge that they had food for the winter. If it went poorly, but Thomas pushed such thoughts from his mind. The grain was ready, the weather was perfect, and the community was prepared. There was no reason to expect anything but success. The walk to the field was different this morning. Instead of the usual scattered groups of individuals heading to their various tasks, the entire village seemed to be moving in the same direction, drawn by the same urgent purpose. Men carried sickles and scythes, their blades glinting in the early morning light. Women carried baskets and jugs, prepared to support the workers with food and drink. Children ran ahead, their excitement barely contained, eager to begin their part in the great work. The earth was not merely something to be tilled, it was a companion. Each furrow held a memory. Each stone turned revealed the breath of time. Thomas often thought the land remembered more than people did. Master William was already in the field, standing at the edge of Thomas's strip with his arms crossed and his weathered face serious with concentration. At 73, he was too old for the heavy work of cutting grain, but his knowledge and experience made him invaluable as a coordinator and advisor. "Good morning, Thomas," he said, his voice carrying the authority of decades of successful harvests. "Your barley looks perfect, just the right color, just the right firmness. You should get a good yield if we can cut it clean and get it under cover before any weather moves in." Thomas nodded. feeling a surge of pride and anxiety in equal measure. The compliment from Master William was high praise indeed, but it also increased the pressure to execute the harvest perfectly. A crop this good deserved to be handled with the utmost skill and care. The cutting began with a ritual that was older than memory, a ceremony that connected the harvesters to countless generations of farmers who had performed the same task in the same way. Master William took Thomas's sickle and made the first cut, a single clean stroke that severed a handful of grain stalks and let them fall to the earth. "Earth that has given us this abundance," he said, his voice carrying across the field to where the other workers waited. "Accept our gratitude. Sun that has warmed these seeds to life, accept our thanks. Rain that has nourished these plants to maturity, accept our praise. May this harvest feed our families and strengthen our community through the winter ahead." At market, Thomas rarely bartered with words. He believed more in gestures, a nod, a quiet exchange, a loaf placed gently beside a bushel. The language of trust in Millbrook had no syllables. It was spoken in rhythm, in ritual, in quiet knowing. It was a prayer, a blessing, an acknowledgement of the forces beyond human control that had made the harvest possible. Then Master William handed the sickle back to Thomas, and the real work began. The technique of cutting grain with a sickle was deceptively simple but required considerable skill to execute efficiently. The harvester would grasp a handful of stalks with his free hand, then sweep the sickle through them with a smooth, curved motion that severed the stems cleanly without shattering the grain heads. The cut stalks would be laid carefully on the ground, all pointing in the same direction, ready to be gathered into sheaves. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. Thomas had been cutting grain since he was 12 years old, when his father first allowed him to help with the harvest. His movements were smooth and rhythmic, each cut precise and efficient. Grasp, sweep, lay down. Grasp, sweep, lay down. The motion became almost hypnotic, a meditation in physical labor that engaged his entire being in the ancient task of gathering food. The sound of the harvest was unlike anything else. The whisper of sharp steel through grain stalks, the rustle of cut stems falling to the earth, the soft conversations of workers coordinating their efforts. Occasionally, someone would call out a warning about a particularly thick patch of grain or a hidden stone that might dull a blade, but mostly the work proceeded in companionable silence. Margaret worked behind Thomas, gathering the cut stalks into neat bundles and tying them with twisted straw to form sheaves. This work required its own set of skills, knowing how much grain to include in each bundle, tying the knots tight enough to hold but not so tight as to damage the stalks, arranging the sheaves so they would dry properly without spoiling. Edmund helped by carrying water to the workers and collecting any grain heads that had broken off during cutting. His small hands were perfect for picking up the scattered kernels that would otherwise be lost, and his sharp eyes could spot grain that the adults might miss. It was important work, even if it seemed minor. In a subsistence economy, every kernel counted. Anne worked with her mother, learning the skills she would need as an adult. Her hands were still small and not very strong, but she was developing the coordination and judgment that would serve her well in future harvests. Margaret was patient with her daughter's efforts, understanding that this was education as much as labor. As the morning progressed, the field began to show the effects of their work. Where there had been standing grain, Now there were neat rows of sheaves, golden bundles that spoke of human skill and natural abundance working in harmony. The transformation was both practical and beautiful. Practical because it converted a growing crop into storable food. Beautiful because it represented the successful completion of the agricultural cycle. The sun climbed higher, warming the air and the workers' backs. The cool morning gave way to a pleasant warmth that made the work comfortable without being exhausting. Skylarks rose from the remaining standing grain, their songs adding a musical accompaniment to the rhythm of the harvest. In the distance, smoke rose from cottage chimneys where other women were preparing the midday meal that would sustain the workers through the afternoon. Once, long ago, he had seen a fox dart through the fields at dusk. Its movement was soundless, like memory passing through tall grass. That image never left him. By mid-morning, Thomas had cut nearly a quarter of his strip. The work was going well. The grain was cutting cleanly, the weather was holding, and the rhythm of the harvest had established itself. But he knew better than to become overconfident. Harvest was always a race against time and weather, and conditions could change quickly. There were days when the scent of distant bread mingled with the wind, and Thomas felt an inexplicable peace, as if everything he had done, no matter how small, belonged to something eternal. The social dynamics of the harvest were complex and important. While each family was responsible for their own strip of land, the work was done communally, with neighbors helping neighbors and everyone contributing to the collective effort. When someone's sickle became dull, others would share their whetstones. When someone fell behind, others would pitch in to help them catch up. When someone found a particularly good technique or discovered a problem, the information was shared immediately with everyone else. There was an old oak near the village well, bent and wide. People said it listened. Thomas believed it. When he had no one else to confide in, he would sit beside it and simply be. This cooperation was not just a matter of goodwill. It was essential for survival. A family that fell behind in their harvest might lose part of their crop to weather or pests. A family that hoarded their knowledge or resources might find themselves without help when they needed it most. The medieval farming community survived because its members understood that individual success depended on collective effort. As the sun reached its zenith, Master William called for the midday break. The workers gathered in the shade of the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the field, its massive trunk providing welcome relief from the heat. The tree had been there longer than anyone could remember, its roots deep in the same soil that nourished the grain, its branches providing shelter for countless harvest celebrations. The midday meal was a feast by medieval standards. Fresh bread, cheese, cold meat, and plenty of small beer to replace the fluids lost through morning's work. But more than just sustenance, it was a social occasion, a time for the community to come together and share their experiences of the morning's work. The breeze that drifted over the village fields carried with it not only the scent of earth and hay, but the quiet reminder of seasons long past. In the silence between chores, Thomas would sometimes pause, letting memory and breath settle into the still air. "The grain's cutting beautifully this year," Geoffrey the miller observed, his hands already stained with grain dust from handling the cut stalks. "Clean and dry, just the way it should be. Should make good flour." The harvest feast was humble but whole. Breads, root vegetables, and laughter filled the hall more than meat. One year, Thomas recited a blessing, not from Scripture, but from his heart, that every hand that fed another would always find food themselves. The chapel bell tolled differently in fog, softer, slower, as though even time took longer to arrive. Thomas once stood in the mist, unable to see the steeple, but still guided by the weight of the sound. "Aye, and plenty of it," added Simon the shepherd, whose small plot was yielding better than expected. "My strip's giving me more than I thought it would. Might even have some to sell at market." These conversations were more than just casual observations. They were the sharing of crucial information about crop quality, yield expectations, and market conditions. In a world without newspapers or formal communication systems, the harvest meal was one of the primary ways that agricultural knowledge was disseminated through the community. Thomas listened to the conversations while keeping one eye on his children. Edmund was playing with the other village children, their games involving elaborate scenarios about harvesting and storing grain. Anne was sitting quietly beside her mother, still showing signs of fatigue from her recent illness, but clearly enjoying being part of the community effort. As the meal wound down, Master William stood and stretched, his joints creaking audibly. "Time to get back to it," he announced. "We've got good weather, and we need to make the most of it. With luck, we'll have most of the barley cut by evening." The afternoon session began with renewed energy. The workers had been refreshed by food and rest, and the end of the day's cutting was now in sight. The rhythm of the work resumed. Grasp, sweep, lay down. But now there was an added urgency, a sense that they were racing against the setting sun to complete as much as possible. Thomas found his second wind as the afternoon progressed. His movements became even more efficient, his cuts cleaner and faster. The pile of sheaves behind him grew steadily, each bundle representing security for his family, food for the winter, success in the eternal struggle between human need and natural uncertainty. The field was transformed as the afternoon wore on. What had been a sea of standing grain in the morning was now mostly cut, with only scattered patches remaining. The sheaves stood in neat rows, drying in the warm sun, their golden color deepening as the moisture evaporated from the cut stalks. As the sun began to sink toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that matched the color of the grain, the last of the barley was cut. Thomas made the final stroke, severing the last handful of stalks on his strip, then stood and stretched his aching back. The field was quiet now, the frantic activity of the day replaced by a peaceful stillness. The sheaves stood like soldiers in formation, ready for the next phase of the harvest process. The work was not finished. The grain still needed to be threshed and winnowed and stored, but the most critical phase was complete. The crop was safely cut and would not be lost to weather or time. Master William walked slowly through the field, inspecting the work with his critical eye. His weathered face showed satisfaction as he examined the neat rows of sheaves, the clean cutting, the careful arrangement that would allow the grain to dry properly. "Well done," he announced, his voice carrying across the field to where the tired workers were gathering their tools. "As fine a day's cutting as I've seen in many years. If the weather holds, we'll start the oats tomorrow." The walk back to the village was quiet. The workers tired, but satisfied. They had completed one of the most important tasks of the year, and done it well. The grain was safely cut, the weather had cooperated, and the community had worked together with the efficiency and cooperation that marked successful farming communities. As Thomas walked beside his family, little Edmund chattering excitedly about everything he had seen and done, Anne walking quietly beside her mother, baby Mary sleeping peacefully in Margaret's arms, He felt the deep satisfaction that comes from having done necessary work well. The barley was cut. The first step in the harvest was complete, and his family's survival through the winter was that much more secure. The evening meal was a celebration, though a quiet one. The bread tasted better for having been earned through honest labor. The small beer seemed more refreshing after a day spent working in the sun. The simple pleasure of sitting around the fire with his family, sharing the day's experiences and planning for tomorrow, was worth more than all the gold in the king's treasury. And, as the family settled into sleep, the cut field lay quiet under the stars, its golden treasures safely gathered, waiting for the next phase of the harvest process. The sheaves stood like monuments to human skill and determination, testaments to the ancient partnership between people and the land that sustained them. In that partnership, in that successful completion of one of humanity's most essential tasks, there was something profound about the human condition. Our ability to work together toward common goals, our skill in reading and responding to natural cycles, our capacity to find meaning and satisfaction in the most basic activities of survival. The harvest moon would rise soon, its silver light illuminating the field where human hands had gathered the golden promise of the grain, and in that light, in that moment of quiet triumph, the eternal cycle of planting and harvest would continue, connecting Thomas and his family to the deepest rhythms of life itself. Sometimes Margaret would light a second candle, not for need, but for comfort. Its flame danced beside the first, and together they made the shadows less sharp. Thomas loved her most in those quiet acts. Small mercies against the dark. Spring rains returned life to the village in waves. First the buds, then the insects, then the chorus of frogs by the ditch. Thomas marked time not by dates, but by sounds. The first crow of the rooster, the splash of boots in thawed mud, the soft knock of seed against wood. Evenings in the village held a special kind of hush, where the crackling of the hearth seemed to echo stories from generations past. Thomas found comfort in the sound, like voices without words speaking gently to the soul, a winter's first night. The first true winter night in Millbrook came not with a roar, but a hush. Snow began to fall mid-afternoon, so slowly it was as if time itself was drifting from the sky. Thomas had never seen snow settle on thatched rooftops in such perfect silence. Inside their cottage, Margaret wrapped a woolen shawl around the children and fed the fire-dried applewood from the cellar. That night, they said nothing over supper, not for sadness, but reverence. Each autumn, the village celebrated the harvest moon. They lit small lanterns made of oiled paper and floated them in the stream behind the bakery. Children sang in uneven rhythms, while elders shared stories of failed crops that turned to abundance. Thomas danced once, with his sleeves rolled and boots caked in soil. It wasn't graceful, but it was true. Elias had been a fixture in the village for longer than memory. He was the one who remembered names 3 generations gone, the one who still sharpened tools by hand. When he passed, Thomas helped dig the grave behind the chapel. The earth was soft from early rain, and each shovel of dirt felt like a heartbeat laid to rest. Margaret left a sprig of thyme atop the grave. A small thing, but it lingered. Thomas sometimes dreamed of lands beyond the far hills. He didn't know if they were real or imagined. In one dream, he walked barefoot along a shore of black stones, while gulls circled silently above. He awoke with the taste of salt in his mouth and the certainty that somewhere, someone else was dreaming of Millbrook. There was a well near the edge of the wheat fields, long sealed with stone and vine. As children, they said if you placed your ear to the mossy rim, you could hear a voice, low and slow, like the sound of the world thinking. One night, Thomas returned there alone, laid his ear against the cool stone, and heard nothing, but somehow left with the feeling that he'd been heard. The garden behind Thomas's cottage was humble. A row of onions, a patch of herbs, a leaning fence that creaked in wind. One spring afternoon, as rain painted gentle ripples in the soil, he stood beneath the eaves and listened. The drops struck the leaves like whispered music, and for a while, the weight of daily burden felt a little lighter. On quiet evenings, Margaret would sometimes hum an old tune from her childhood. One night, she told the tale behind it, of a girl who dreamed of marrying a baker, only to fall in love with a weaver who made cloaks for stars. Thomas didn't understand it fully, but he remembered the warmth in Margaret's voice more than the meaning of the words. In the loft above the kitchen, where they stored dry grain and spare blankets, there was a thin gap in the wall. When the wind was right, it whistled a soft, hollow note through the rafters. Thomas called it the house's voice. On long nights, when sleep came slow, he listened for it. Steady, strange, and strangely comforting. Once a year, a scribe from the monastery passed through Millbrook, offering to pen letters or read royal decrees. Most couldn't afford him, but they listened anyway. His voice carried stories of war, kings, and distant storms. To Thomas, those moments were windows, not to escape life, but to appreciate its peaceful simplicity. The first sign of spring was not flowers, but geese. Their calls echoed across the fields before dawn. One morning, Thomas followed their path with his eyes as they traced the sky. He felt, in that moment, as if the world were opening, not in noise, but in movement. Life beginning again, just as it always had. Years passed in Millbrook, as years tend to do. Seasons curled in upon themselves. Harsh winters gave way to soft springs, and the old rhythms never truly changed. Thomas grew slower, his hands stiffer, his voice lower, but his heart remained rooted. Children became adults. Fields once plowed by his arms now bore the footprints of others. He no longer rose before the rooster. Instead, he listened to the whisper of leaves, the creak of worn wood, and the hush of early light. Margaret still hummed. The fire still cracked. And sometimes, when the wind circled just right, he heard echoes of all that had been. Not loud, but sure. Millbrook never made history. No kings rode through, no battles painted its soil. But in the stillness of ordinary lives, in the patient courage of small joys and daily tasks, a quieter kind of legend took root. One not written in ink, but in memory, in rhythm, in earth. And so, Thomas rested, not in finality, but in belonging, not in silence, but in peace. Dear listener, if you've stayed with me this long, I hope your heart is quieter now than when we began. History often shouts, with swords and speeches and stories of kings. But sometimes it whispers, through the sound of a wooden spoon in a clay bowl, the hush of snow upon thatch, the breath between two people who love without saying the word. This story was not about change, but about stillness. Not about heroes, but about presence. Thomas and Margaret may never appear in any chronicle, but in the world of those who lived beside them, they were everything. Sleep now, if you haven't already. May your dreams be warm. May your night be long. And may you wake gently, as if from a memory that loved you while you rested. Good night. Spring came not all at once, but in quiet signs. The return of geese, the scent of thawed earth, the first crocus nudging through frost. In Millbrook, it meant clearing debris, checking fences, and preparing soil with a kind of reverence. Thomas would kneel in the fields, his palms pressed into the damp ground, as if asking permission to begin again. The sun stretched the days long and hot, ripening berries and tempers alike. Children ran barefoot through barley fields, their laughter like wind chimes in motion. Margaret strung herbs to dry near the kitchen window, and the cottage filled with scent, mint, sage, lavender. Thomas often rose before dawn, just to catch the cool hour where birdsong greeted the wheat. Autumn arrived with the scent of firewood and roasted roots. It was the season of storing, preserving, and giving thanks. The fields turned golden, then bare. Thomas moved with purpose, his hands steady, his mind full of lists. The harvest festival came with quiet music and shared bread. No fanfare, just fulfillment. Winter wrapped the village in silence. Snow muffled every step, and smoke curled slowly from cottage chimneys. Days were short, nights eternal. Yet inside the walls, warmth lived. Stories were passed beside flames. Thomas, older now, held his grandson near and told tales of the stars. Not their names, but their feelings. Years rolled on like the stream beyond Millbrook, changing quietly but surely. Thomas's hair silvered, his back curved, but his voice never lost its warmth. When he no longer plowed the fields, he tended the bees. When walking far became difficult, he carved wooden spoons for neighbors. His daughter took up Margaret's stitches. His son learned the weight of soil in spring. And when a new child asked why the rooster always crowed at dawn, Thomas smiled. Not with words, but with the joy of knowing life was still unfolding. He did not fear being forgotten. The village remembered in ways no book ever could, in the shape of a gate he built, in the tales passed down, in the harvests still whispered over with care. Time did not erase Thomas. It carried him forward, woven into every season yet to come. Margaret rarely raised her voice, yet her presence shaped the rhythm of the household. She mended clothes with fingers that bore no jewelry but moved with grace. She tended to herbs not for profit, but to ease the pain of others. Thomas sometimes wondered if she had her own dreams once. Dreams now folded between linens and lavender. Old Harlan, the village blacksmith, had arms like timber and a voice like thunder. But when his apprentice dropped a horseshoe for the third time, he did not shout. He knelt, lifted the iron, and whispered, "Even the fire takes its time to change the shape of things." From that day on, the boy never feared mistakes, only silence. On some nights, when the wind made the shutters shiver, villagers gathered near the baker's hearth. Stories were traded, not for truth, but for warmth. A man swore he'd once seen a stag with antlers made of ice. A child claimed her cat spoke in dreams. Thomas never told them his stories. He simply listened. And that, too, was a kind of offering. Near the riverbank lived Mira, who washed clothes for the dead. Or so they said. No one ever saw her speak, but her laundry line always held white linens, even when no one had died. Children left bread crusts by her door and ran. Thomas, once brave, asked her why she never aged. She smiled and replied, "I rinse away more than stains." In his last winter, Thomas dreamt he walked through Millbrook in spring. Everyone he loved was there, but younger, smiling. busy, alive. Even those long gone greeted him with eyes like home. When he woke, there was no sorrow, only stillness, like snow untouched. He reached for Margaret's hand, and in the silence between them, everything was understood. Elias, Thomas's grandson, remembered him not by his stories, but by his silences. The way he stirred porridge with both hands, the quiet way he nodded at a job well done. When Elias walked the same path to the field years later, he felt his grandfather's presence in the crunch of frost beneath his boots. Every village had a story. In Millbrook, it was of the chapel bell, said to ring on its own when someone in the village passed peacefully in their sleep. No one knew if it was true. But when old Merla was found resting with a smile, and the bell sounded at dawn, no one questioned it. Some things were better believed than explained. In the bottom drawer of a cabinet built by Thomas's own hands, Margaret once kept scraps of parchment. Not letters to anyone living, just fragments. Lines to her mother, to a sister lost in childhood, to the children before they were born. When Elias found them years later, he read them aloud beside the fire, and the words did not break. They soothed. Even as Millbrook grew quieter, the river did not forget. It ran in the same direction, over the same rocks, whispering the same names. Fishermen claimed the best catches always came near the spot where Thomas once sat. Whether true or not, a stone still marked the place, smooth, worn, and warm in sunlight. Somewhere beyond seasons, beyond the curve of earth and edge of breath, Thomas rests, not in sorrow, but in return, not in darkness, but in memory, where every footstep becomes a lullaby, and every grain of soil knows his name. The village sleeps, the story sleeps, and so may you.